Welcome to Elvis Presley, Rhythm and Rebellion. Every so often, history produces a force so singular, so electric, if you will, that it completely rearranges the landscape of human culture. This is the story of that seismic shift. It is the journey of a boy from Tupelo, Mississippi, born into the quiet, stubborn stillness of deep South poverty, who carried a heavy, mystical sense of destiny from his very first breath. Across the pages of this audio presentation, we will walk the path of an unprecedented American odyssey. We trace his early steps through the vibrant, segregated crossroads of Memphis, Tennessee, where the sacred fire of Pentecostal gospel, the existential weight of Delta blues, and the high, lonesome wail of country radio collided inside a single pair of ears. We will witness the spark lit at Sun Records in a tiny studio on Union Avenue, a spontaneous moment of musical alchemy that shattered the barriers of genre and race, giving a restless generation a brand new language. From the explosive television takeovers and moral panics of 1956, we follow him into the structured exile of the military draft, through the gilded assembly line wilderness of Hollywood, and straight into the legendary black leather triumph of the 1968 comeback special, where a legendary artist remembered exactly who he was. Finally, we step onto the massive, glittering stages of Las Vegas and the historic global satellite broadcasts of the 1970s, before arriving at the heavy, poignant descent of the curtain in 1977. This is more than a timeline of charts, movies, and sold-out arenas. It is an intimate exploration of a man who lived at the absolute center of a cultural hurricane, a human being who faced the dizzying heights of global adulation and the quiet depths of profound isolation. He was a boy who grew up hungry, sang with everything he had, and left behind an inheritance that continues to alter the frequency of our world. Open your mind, lean into the rhythm, and prepare to meet the man behind the myth. Chapter 1. The Boy from Tupelo, 1935 to 1948. There is a place in northeastern Mississippi where the land flattens into a kind of stubborn stillness, where the summer heat settles over the earth like a second skin, and the air carries the mingled scent of pine resin, red clay, and something older than memory. The town of Tupelo sits in Lee County, a modest collection of streets and storefronts that in the 1930s existed in a kind of intimate suspension between the Old South and an uncertain future. Cotton fields stretched beyond its edges. Church steeples rose above its rooftops. And the people who lived there, the poor ones especially, understood from birth that life demanded endurance above all else. It was into this world, on the 8th day of January 1935, that Elvis Aaron Presley arrived. He was born in a small two-room house on Old Saltillo Road, a house that his father Vernon Presley had built with his own hands and with money borrowed from a neighbor. The structure was little more than a shotgun shack, the kind of dwelling common throughout the Deep South in those years, where rooms lined up one behind the other in a narrow corridor, and where the wind found its way through the walls in winter without much difficulty. It had no indoor plumbing. It had no insulation worth speaking of. What it had was a family inside it, bound together by necessity and by love, which in times of great poverty often become the same thing. Gladys Love Smith had married Vernon Presley in June of 1933. She was 17. He was 17. They were two young people from families that had known hardship for generations, people for whom the Depression was not an economic abstraction read about in newspapers, but a lived and breathing condition that shaped every meal, every decision, every hope. Gladys was a woman of fierce emotional depth, passionate, protective, and possessed of a spiritual intensity that would define the atmosphere of the Presley home for the entirety of Elvis's childhood. Vernon was a gentler soul, a young man who moved through the world with a certain restless uncertainty, searching for steady work in a county that offered little of it. When Gladys went into labor on that January morning, a local physician named William Robert Hunt attended the birth. What emerged from that labor was not one child, but two. Elvis Aaron was the surviving twin. His brother, Jesse Garon Presley, was stillborn, delivered into the world without breath, without cry, without the possibility of a life. Jesse was buried the following day in a shoebox, in an unmarked grave in the Priceville Cemetery, not far from where the family lived. This fact, the twin brother who never drew breath, would stay with Elvis for the rest of his life. It would become one of the quiet, persistent undercurrents of his psychology, something he returned to in private moments, something he spoke of with a kind of reverent sorrow. Gladys believed, and she communicated this belief to her son from an early age, that Jess's spirit had passed into Elvis at the moment of birth, that her surviving boy carried within him not just one soul, but two. This idea, mystical and tender and rooted in the folk spirituality of the rural South, gave Elvis a sense of himself as singular, as chosen, as bearing something more than an ordinary inheritance. It also gave him, perhaps, a loneliness that no amount of later adulation would ever fully reach. The loss of Jesse deepened the bond between mother and son into something almost mythological in its intensity. Gladys poured into Elvis a love that was total and consuming. She called him by pet names. She walked him to school long after other children his age were walking alone. She monitored his world with a vigilance that some would later describe as smothering, but which emerged from a grief that never fully resolved, the grief of having lost one child and the terror of losing another. For his part, Elvis absorbed this love completely. He returned it with equal devotion. In photographs from his childhood, there is something in the way he stands beside Gladys, close, turned slightly toward her, that speaks to a bond sealed in the earliest hours of his existence. Vernon Presley struggled to provide. He worked various jobs, as a dairy worker, as a farm laborer, as a truck driver, as a man willing to take on whatever was available. But in Lee County in the late 1930s, the available work was scarce and the pay for it scarcer still. The family moved frequently within Tupelo, from one rental to another, navigating a poverty that was real and grinding. There were times when the refrigerator was bare. There were times when the electricity was cut off. There were times when Gladys took in sewing to contribute what she could, her fingers moving through the night to keep the household afloat. In 1938, Vernon made a decision that would alter the trajectory of the family's already precarious circumstances. He and two other men, his brother-in-law Travis Smith and a neighbor named Leather Gable, forged the signature of their employer, a man named Orville Bean, on a check. The amount was small, the equivalent today of perhaps a few $100s, but in Depression-era Mississippi, it was enough to constitute a serious crime. Vernon was arrested, tried, and sentenced to 3 years in Parkman Farm, the Mississippi State Penitentiary, a place of brutal conditions and enforced labor that bore little resemblance to modern ideas of incarceration. Elvis was 3 years old when his father was taken away. He would later say he had little conscious memory of this period, but its effects were indelible. Gladys, suddenly alone with a young child and no income, was forced to surrender the house on Old Saltillo Road, the house Vernon had built, back to Orville Bean, who had been its financial backer. She and Elvis moved in with relatives, then with neighbors, then wherever shelter could be found. These were the months that burned themselves deepest into the foundation of who Elvis would become, the months of depending on the kindness of others, of watching his mother stretch nothing into something, of learning without being taught that security was a temporary condition, and that love was the only currency that didn't fluctuate. Vernon was released from Parkman in early 1939, having served approximately 8 months of his sentence. He came home thinner, quieter, and carrying whatever a man carries after such an experience. The family reconstituted itself, but the months of separation had left their mark. The Presleys would spend the next several years in a continued state of economic fragility, moving through Tupelo in a series of rented rooms and borrowed circumstances, always aware of how close the edge was. And yet, and this is the remarkable thing about the world in which Elvis grew up, poverty in the rural South in those years was not experienced as pure deprivation. It was woven into a rich social and spiritual fabric that gave it texture, meaning, and moments of genuine transcendence. The church was the center of that fabric. The Presleys attended the First Assembly of God Church on Adams Street in Tupelo. This was a Pentecostal congregation, one of the holiness churches that had taken root across the American South in the early 20th century, denominations that placed at the center of their worship not restraint, not decorum, but the raw, unmediated presence of the Holy Spirit. Services at the First Assembly of God were not quiet affairs. They were events. They were performances of faith, though that word undersells what was actually happening. The congregation sang with their whole bodies. They clapped in rhythms that were syncopated and urgent. They swayed. They wept. Some fell to the floor in states that the tradition called being slain in the spirit. The music was not background. It was the primary language of the sacred. Elvis was in that church from infancy. He heard those sounds before he could form words. The piano rolling beneath a hymn. The voices of the congregation rising together in harmonies that were sometimes rough, sometimes soaring, always felt rather than merely sung. The call and response patterns that had roots stretching back through American gospel tradition, back through the spirituals of the enslaved, back through African musical forms that had crossed the ocean and taken new shape in the red clay of the South. All of this entered Elvis Presley before he had any conceptual framework for it. It entered him the way early experience always does, not as knowledge but as identity. He sang in church as a small child. Those who remembered him from those early years described a boy who was visibly affected by music in a way that set him apart from other children, not performing exactly but responding, genuinely moved by what he was hearing, and eager to participate in it. The congregation encouraged him. Gladys watched with a pride that she could barely contain. Music, in the Presley household and in the Assembly of God community that surrounded it, was not an art form in the modern secular sense. It was a form of prayer. It was a means of access to something larger than the self, a technology for touching the divine. Beyond the church walls, the musical landscape of Tupelo in the late 1930s and early 1940s was extraordinarily rich in ways that a child absorbing it would not have had words to describe, but that would have been shaping him continuously. The radio was the great democratizing instrument of that era, and even in households as poor as the Presleys, the radio was present. Through its crackling speaker came an education in American music unlike anything that could have been formally designed. The country music of the Grand Ole Opry, broadcast from Nashville on clear Saturday nights, the blues that had been rising from the Mississippi Delta for decades, the music of Robert Johnson and Muddy Waters, and a dozen other men who had taken the existential weight of Southern black life and transformed it into something that vibrated at the frequency of the human soul. Gospel quartets, sacred harp singers, hillbilly ballads, pop crooners from the distant and glamorous North. Tupelo was also a town with a living, musical street culture. On Saturday afternoons, when black residents of the area gathered on East Tupelo's Shake Rag District, named for the way women would signal their husbands home by shaking rags from porches, there was music in the air that was direct, physical, unadorned. Blues players with acoustic guitars. The sound of voices raised in improvisation. A rhythm that had nothing to do with church decorum, and everything to do with the body's own insistence on being heard. Elvis, a child moving through all of this, absorbed it all without hierarchy, without the cultural gatekeeping that would have told an adult listener which music was respectable and which was low. To a child, music is not categorized. It is simply experienced. And what Elvis experienced was a convergence. The sacred and the secular, the white and the black, the country and the gospel, all flowing through the same small town, all finding their way into the same pair of ears, all mixing in a consciousness that was, without knowing it, preparing to do something that had never quite been done before. His first direct encounter with a guitar, or at least the one that passed into family legend, came when he was around 10 years old. The story, told many times and in various versions, centers on a birthday gift. Elvis had wanted a bicycle, or perhaps a rifle, for his birthday. What he received instead, from family members who could not afford the more expensive options, was a small, inexpensive guitar. His initial reaction, by some accounts, was disappointment. But the instrument did not remain a disappointment for long. There were people around Tupelo who could show a boy his way around the strings. His uncles had some musical knowledge. And there was a man, often named in accounts as a relative or neighbor, sometimes identified as a local musician, who showed Elvis the basic chords, the fundamental patterns from which all other patterns grow. Elvis's hands went to the guitar with a naturalness that suggested something already waiting inside him. He practiced with the focused obsession of a child who has found the thing that makes the world make sense. He took the guitar to school with him. He played it at lunchtime, in the schoolyard, in whatever corners of his day would accommodate the practice. His classmates remember him playing. His teachers remember him playing. There is a story, much repeated, though its precise details vary with the telling, that at some point during his years at East Tupelo Consolidated School, his teacher allowed him to bring the guitar to class and perform for his classmates. Whatever the exact circumstances of that moment, what is consistent across all accounts is the reaction: surprise. There was a quality in the way Elvis Presley made music that was not ordinary. His fifth-grade teacher, Mrs. Alita Grimes, would later remember encouraging him, recognizing that there was something genuine and serious happening in this quiet, polite boy who always said yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, and who carried an instrument around with him as if it were an extension of himself. Elvis was, by most accounts, from his classmates, not a particularly prominent figure in the social landscape of his school years. He was not the class clown. He was not a star athlete. He was the quiet one, the kid from the poor side of town, the one who didn't quite fit into any particular category. He dressed differently, a sensitivity to clothing and personal presentation that would mark him for life. And he was, in a way that children often sense without being able to articulate, apart. This quality of apartness, of existing slightly to the side of whatever social order surrounded him, was not entirely painful. It was also generative. Children who don't quite belong to any group develop a particular kind of attention. They watch more, they listen more, they internalize more, because they are not fully absorbed in the social performance of belonging. Elvis, standing at the margins of his schoolyard world, was taking everything in. The natural world around Tupelo was also part of his education, though not in any formal sense. The landscape of northeastern Mississippi is one of long distances and specific sounds: the cicadas in summer, the rain on tin roofs, the particular quality of quiet that settles over open land at dusk. These are sensory textures that enter a person and remain, that shape the rhythms of thought and breath in ways that are difficult to trace but impossible to deny. You can sometimes hear the land in the music of people who grew up on it: a spaciousness, a patience, an awareness of silence as a presence rather than an absence. In January of 1945, just days after his 10th birthday, Elvis entered a talent contest at the Mississippi-Alabama Fair and Dairy Show, held at the fairgrounds in Tupelo. He stood on a stage, a real stage with a microphone, and sang a song called Old Shep, a sentimental ballad about the death of a beloved dog. The song had been recorded by Red Foley and was well known on country radio. It was an unusual choice for a 10-year-old, the kind of song that required not virtuosity but emotional honesty, an ability to mean the words rather than simply deliver them. Elvis stood at the microphone and sang. He placed second or third in the competition. Accounts differ on the precise placing, and won either free admission to the rides or a small cash prize. But what matters about this moment is not the outcome. What matters is that it happened at all, that this boy from a two-room house on the poor side of Tupelo, this child of poverty and faith, and a dead twin brother, and a mother who loved him with a ferocity that bordered on the supernatural, stood in front of strangers and offered them something from inside himself, and they responded to it. That is the first contract. The first transaction between Elvis Presley and an audience. It was small. It was ordinary in every external respect. And yet something was established in it that would define the next 4 decades of his life. A circuit completed between a particular human being's interior life and the people gathered to receive it. He would spend the rest of his years seeking to remake that moment, to expand it, to perfect it, to sustain it, and often succeeding, and sometimes failing, and always returning to it as the central fact of his existence. The town of Tupelo itself was, during these years, undergoing its own transformations. The decade following the end of World War II brought changes to Mississippi that were slow but unmistakable. The beginnings of economic movement, the return of veterans, the first stirrings of what would eventually become the civil rights movement. The social architecture of the South remained rigidly segregated, a structure maintained by law and by violence and by 1,000 daily rituals of humiliation that were so embedded in the fabric of ordinary life that most white Southerners experienced them as simply the way things were. Elvis grew up within that system. He was white, and therefore on the privileged side of its divisions, though his economic circumstances placed him closer, in practical terms, to the black community than to the white middle and upper classes. He went to school in white schools. He worshipped in white churches. And yet the music that was forming him drew deeply from black traditions, from the gospel that had its roots in African American spiritual practice, from the blues that was the definitive expression of black Southern life, from the rhythms and the call and response patterns, and the emotional directness that white mainstream culture officially regarded as foreign or low or threatening. This is the paradox at the heart of Elvis Presley's origins, and it is a paradox that will shadow every chapter of his story. He was a vessel for a musical convergence that his society insisted should not converge. A young man in whom the separated streams of American music were already beginning to flow together quietly in the years before anyone knew his name. In 1948, that chapter in Tupelo came to its close. Vernon Presley, still struggling to find stable employment, still navigating the shadow of his prison record, made the decision that so many Southern poor families made in those post-war years. He decided to move north. Not to Chicago or Detroit, as many black Mississippians were doing in the Great Migration, but to Memphis, Tennessee, just across the state border, a city large enough to offer work, large enough to offer anonymity, large enough to offer the possibility of becoming something different from what you had been. On a November evening in 1948, the Presley family loaded their few possessions into their battered 1939 Plymouth. Elvis was 13 years old. He sat in the back seat as the car pulled away from Tupelo, watching through the window as the town he had known his entire life receded into the dark. The church where he had learned to feel music as a physical force. The school where he had played his guitar for anyone who would listen. The cemetery where Jesse Garron lay in an unmarked grave. The house on Old Saltillo Road that his father had built and then lost. All of it falling away behind the car as it moved north through the Mississippi night. He carried with him, in those years before Memphis, a complete musical education. It had no diploma. It had no curriculum. It had been administered by poverty and faith, by a mother's love and a congregation's joy, by the radio and the street and the church pew and the schoolyard. It had been administered by a land that makes a particular kind of person, a person who knows that hardship is survivable, that beauty can exist in bare circumstances, that the soul requires expression and will find its vehicle regardless of what the material world provides or withholds. He carried with him the sound of Gladys singing in the kitchen, her voice moving through hymns as she worked. He carried the sound of the Assembly of God congregation in full voice on a Sunday morning, the piano hammering beneath them, the Spirit moving through the room like a physical wind. He carried the sound of the blues, drifting from the shake-rag neighborhood on a Saturday afternoon, insistent and real. He carried the sound of the Opry through the radio's crackle on clear winter nights. He carried the sound of his own voice at the fairground microphone, singing about a dead dog to a crowd of strangers who went quiet to listen. All of that was in the car with him, invisible and weightless, crossing the state line into Tennessee. All of that was in the boy who would become, in less than a decade, the most famous human being on the surface of the earth. But that is a story for later chapters. For now, let it simply be known that he existed, a 13-year-old boy in the back seat of a Plymouth, leaving Mississippi behind, carrying everything that Mississippi had given him, heading north toward a city that did not yet know his name. Tupelo would not forget him. And he would not forget Tupelo. The place that makes a person is never entirely left behind. It becomes the bedrock beneath all the subsequent layers, the foundation that holds, sometimes invisibly, sometimes with seismic force, everything that is built above it. The boy from Tupelo was going to Memphis. And the world, though it did not yet know it, was waiting. Chapter 2. The Memphis Crossroads, 1948 to 1953. There is a moment in the life of every city when it stops being a place and becomes something more, a pulse, a frequency, a living thing that hums beneath the feet of those who walk its streets. Memphis, Tennessee, in the late 1940s, was exactly that kind of city. It breathed differently from other southern towns. It carried within it a tension that was almost musical, the tension between poverty and possibility, between the sacred and the profane, between what a man was born into and what he might, if fortune smiled and the stars aligned just so, become. It was into this breathing, humming city that a 13-year-old boy arrived in the autumn of 1948, riding in a battered 1939 Plymouth with his mother and father, all of their worldly possessions packed into and strapped onto that tired vehicle like refugees from some quiet domestic catastrophe. Which, in a manner of speaking, is precisely what they were. Vernon Presley had made the decision to leave Tupelo the way men of his temperament often made decisions, not from a position of strength but from exhaustion. The family had struggled in Mississippi, struggled in ways that left marks not just on the bank ledger but on the spirit. There had been the shameful years earlier in the decade, the years of Vernon's imprisonment for check forgery, the years of Gladys raising young Elvis largely alone, stretching pennies until they thinned to nothing. And though Vernon had returned, and the family had held together the way that only families who have no other option can hold together, Tupelo had not been kind to them in the years since. The work was scarce. The house on Mulberry Alley was mean and small, and offered little in the way of promise. Memphis, they had heard, was different. Memphis had factories and opportunities. Memphis had the Lauderdale Courts, a public housing project built by the federal government as part of a New Deal-era commitment to providing decent shelter for working families who could not afford it on their own. Vernon had applied for a unit, and the application had been accepted, and so the decision was made. They pointed the Plymouth, north and west, out of Mississippi, across the state line, and into a city that would remake the boy sitting in the back seat into something the world had never quite seen before. The drive into Memphis must have felt, to young Elvis, like entering another world entirely. Tupelo was small, provincial, intimate in the way that small southern towns are intimate, everyone knowing everyone's business, the geography of the place as familiar as a face. Memphis was vast by comparison, its streets wide and purposeful, its buildings tall and indifferent, its population numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The Mississippi River, broad and brown and ancient beyond reckoning, bordered the city to the west. And on clear days you could stand at the bluff and look across to Arkansas and feel the enormous fact of the continent stretching away in every direction. The Lauderdale Courts sat at 185 Winchester Avenue in the northern part of the city, and it was here that the Presley family took up residence in apartment 328. The complex was a collection of two-story brick buildings arranged around shared courtyards, modest, clean, functional. By the standards of what the Presleys had known in Tupelo, it was almost comfortable. There was indoor plumbing, reliable heating, enough space for the three of them to live without quite living on top of each other. Gladys, who had worried every mile of the drive up from Mississippi, who had prayed and fretted and pressed her hands together in her lap the way she did when anxiety overcame her, allowed herself a cautious optimism when she saw the place. It was not luxury, but it was stability, and stability was something the Presleys had not had in a very long time. Elvis explored his new surroundings with the careful attentiveness of a child who has learned that new places require study. He was 13 years old, slight and quiet, with dark hair and pale skin, and those large, watchful eyes that seemed always to be taking in more than he was willing to express. He had always been a sensitive boy, perhaps too sensitive, his aunt sometimes whispered, though never in any tone that suggested they found it a flaw. He felt things deeply. He was devoted to his mother with an intensity that other boys his age might have found embarrassing, but that Elvis wore without apology, because Gladys was, in some fundamental way, the center of his emotional universe, the fixed point around which everything else revolved. At Lauderdale Courts, Elvis discovered something that would prove enormously consequential: community. The housing project was populated by families very much like his own, working class, largely Southern, navigating the particular difficulties of urban poverty with whatever grace and resilience they could muster. There were children everywhere, and among them Elvis found, perhaps for the first time, a sense of belonging that extended beyond the tight circle of his family. He made friends. He played. He sat on stoops in the long summer evenings and listened to older residents talk, soaking up the rhythms of their speech, the cadences of their stories, filing everything away in that interior archive that was already, at 13, remarkably well stocked. But it was the city itself that began, in those early months, to work its most profound transformation on him. Memphis in 1948 was a city alive with music, not as entertainment precisely, but as a kind of civic oxygen, something that moved through the streets and alleyways and storefronts and churches and juke joints as naturally and necessarily as air. You could not walk through certain parts of Memphis without music finding you. It drifted from windows. It floated up from basement clubs. It poured out of the open doors of beauty parlors and barbershops. It came from churches on Sunday mornings, great swelling waves of gospel that you could feel in your chest before you could make out the words. The Presleys were church-going people, Gladys especially, and in Memphis they continued the devotional practice that had anchored their family life in Tupelo. They attended services at the First Assembly of God, a Pentecostal congregation where worship was not a quiet or decorous affair, but something loud and physical and emotionally unbounded. The music at these services was fervent, rhythmically driven, drenched in feeling. The congregation sang with their whole bodies, and young Elvis absorbed this, absorbed the idea that music was not something separate from emotion but was emotion made audible, that a song could carry a person to the outer edge of what they were capable of feeling and hold them there, trembling, in that extraordinary space. This was one strand of the musical education he was receiving. There was another, and it ran in a very different direction. Beale Street was not a place that a respectable white boy from a Pentecostal family was supposed to know too well. It was the heart of Black Memphis, a mile-long corridor of clubs and theaters and pawn shops and barber shops and restaurants that stretched from Main Street east toward Manassas, and it was, in the late 1940s and early 1950s, one of the most musically fertile streets in the entire United States. On Beale Street, the blues had been made, refined, and broadcast to the world. W.C. Handy had walked these blocks. B.B. King was playing them now, at clubs like the Flamingo Room, building the vocabulary of a guitar style that would eventually reshape popular music across the planet. On any given night, if you stood on Beale Street and simply listened, you could hear a dozen different musical conversations happening simultaneously, blues and jazz and rhythm and blues and gospel, and something that had no name yet, something that was still becoming, still finding its edges. Elvis found his way to Beale Street with the instinctive navigation of someone following a sound they cannot resist. He would wander down from Lauderdale Courts, this pale, quiet teenager, and he would walk the street slowly, stopping to listen outside clubs he was too young to enter, pressing close to open windows, sitting on curbs while the music washed over him. He shopped at O.K. Houck's Piano Company and at various clothing stores along the Strip where black Memphians came to purchase the sharp, distinctive styles that characterized the aesthetic of Beale Street life, the bold colors, the high-waisted pants, the two-tone shoes. Elvis was powerfully drawn to this aesthetic, and he began, tentatively, to incorporate elements of it into his own appearance, combining them with the look of the country musicians he had always admired to produce something that was wholly his own and wholly unusual. The people who worked in these shops became, in their way, part of his education. He was not an anonymous customer. He was curious, engaged, respectful in the particular way that genuine admiration produces. Not the stiff, awkward respect of someone performing courtesy, but the fluid, attentive respect of someone who is genuinely interested in what another person knows. He listened. He asked questions. He paid attention to the way people carried themselves, the way they dressed, the way they inhabited their bodies. And the streets of Beale gave him something that his own community, white, poor, Southern, Pentecostal, could not fully provide: an education in the expressive possibilities of a musical tradition built on suffering and survival, on turning pain into something that sounded impossibly like joy. This crossing of racial lines in the pursuit of music was not, in the Memphis of 1948 and 1949, a simple or uncomplicated thing. The city was thoroughly segregated. The laws and customs that separated black and white life in the South were not abstractions. They were architectural, written into the physical landscape of the city in the form of separate schools, separate water fountains, separate entrances, separate everything. For a white teenager to be as drawn to black musical culture as Elvis clearly was, to prefer the sounds coming from Beale Street clubs to the country music on the radio, to dress in styles he had seen on black Memphians, to move and carry himself with an unconscious incorporation of gestures and postures he had observed there, this was to exist in a kind of cultural borderland that most people on either side of the color line found discomforting. Elvis seems to have navigated this borderland, not through any conscious political stance, but through the simple, powerful force of his musical appetite. He loved what he loved. He was drawn to what moved him. And what moved him, with a thoroughness and urgency that bordered on compulsion, was the music he heard on Beale Street, and in the Pentecostal churches, and on the radio late at night when he lay in the dark of apartment 328 and turned the dial slowly until he found the stations that broadcast the sounds he was searching for. The radio was, in those years, an instrument of almost magical possibility. Memphis had radio stations that played country music. WSM out of Nashville carried the Grand Ole Opry, and the Opry was a cathedral of a certain kind of American musical tradition, the kind that celebrated the rural South, the tradition from which Vernon and Gladys had come, the tradition in which Jimmie Rodgers and Hank Williams moved like gods. Elvis loved this music too. He knew every lyric of every Hank Williams song, could reproduce Williams's high, lonesome wail with an uncanny accuracy. But there were other stations that broadcast late into the night to audiences that radio executives of the era preferred not to think about too carefully. And on these stations, WDIA in Memphis, which had become the first radio station in the country to program entirely to black audiences, Elvis found the sounds that were doing the deepest work on his musical imagination. WDIA had launched in 1948, the very year the Presleys arrived in Memphis, and its programming was a revelation. B.B. King was a disc jockey there, calling himself the Beale Street Blues Boy. Rufus Thomas was there too, quick-witted and irrepressible, connecting Memphis's black community to the music that spoke to them. The station played blues and rhythm and blues and gospel, and all the gradations between. And if you lay in the dark of a Memphis apartment and turned your radio to the right frequency, you could hear America talking to itself in a language that most of white America had agreed not to listen to. Elvis listened. He listened with an intensity that was, in retrospect, almost scholarly, though scholarship was the last word anyone would have applied to this shy, dreaming teenager. He cataloged. He internalized. He reproduced, in the privacy of his own room, what he heard, trying phrases on for size, discovering where his voice could go, learning through the patient and obsessive repetition of a natural mimic the fundamental vocabulary of a musical tradition that was not his by birth, but that he was claiming tentatively and then with increasing confidence as his own. In the fall of 1948, Elvis enrolled at Christine School, and then, when the family's eligibility requirements were met, transferred to Humes High School, which would become the institution most associated with his adolescence. Humes was an all-white school. This was Memphis in the late 1940s, and public schools were segregated as a matter of law, located on Manassas Street not far from Lauderdale Courts. It was a large, busy school, and Elvis arrived there as something of a nonentity, a quiet, slightly odd transfer student from Mississippi, not particularly distinguished in any of the conventional ways that conferred status in an American high school of that era. He was not an athlete, though he was not physically unprepossessing. He was not a scholar, though he was not unintelligent. He simply found most of what school offered him less interesting than what the streets and the radio and his own inner world had to offer. He was not, at least initially, socially prominent. He ate lunch alone sometimes. He walked the hallways with a quality of self-containment that other students read, not always correctly, as aloofness. He was sensitive about his family's poverty in the way that teenagers always are, acutely aware of what he did not have, of the ways in which his circumstances differed from those of peers whose fathers had steadier work and whose mothers did not have to worry quite so constantly about the rent. But he was becoming, in ways that no one around him could yet quite see, something extraordinary. The guitar had been with him since Tupelo, the cheap instrument his mother had bought him when he was 11, when he had wanted a bicycle, but the family could not afford it, and the guitar was what was available. He had taught himself to play in the self-taught way of a boy who has no money for lessons and no formal instruction available, picking out chords by feel, learning songs by listening to them over and over until his fingers knew where to go, developing a style that was informal and instinctive and entirely his own. At Humes, he began, gradually, to let this part of himself become visible. He would bring his guitar to school and play at lunch. This was, in the economy of American adolescence, a small act of considerable courage. To perform voluntarily in front of your peers is to risk ridicule, and teenagers are rarely merciful critics. But Elvis played, and something happened. People stopped. People listened. There was something in the combination of his playing and his singing that caught attention and held it, something that defied easy description but that was unmistakably present, the way a certain quality of light is unmistakably present when the late afternoon sun comes through a window at a particular angle and illuminates everything differently. His teachers, with some exceptions, did not quite know what to make of him. He was a polite student. Gladys had raised him to be unfailingly respectful to adults, and this was one of the qualities that stayed with him throughout his life, this almost courtly courtesy toward his elders that coexisted, sometimes incongruously, with the incendiary things he did on a stage. He turned his assignments in. He did not cause disciplinary trouble in the conventional sense. But he was also, clearly, somewhere else much of the time, present in the physical sense while his attention was devoted to interior landscapes that had nothing to do with the curriculum. The year 1950 brought changes to Beale Street and to the musical landscape of Memphis that were, in the context of Elvis's development, enormously significant. The rhythm and blues music that had been developing in the late 1940s was beginning to find a harder, more urgent edge. Driven by electric guitars, heavy backbeats, shouting vocals that seemed to come from some place deep in the body rather than the more polished, controlled place from which conventional popular music of the era emerged. Artists like Wynonie Harris and Roy Brown and Big Joe Turner and Little Richard were making music that was, in the most literal sense of the word, physical. Music you felt in your spine and your hips and your chest before your mind had finished processing what it was. Elvis heard this music, and it resonated with something that was already present in him, something he had absorbed from the Pentecostal services, where the body was not separate from spiritual experience, but was the instrument through which spiritual experience was felt and expressed. The shouting, the rhythmic movement, the abandon, these were not foreign to him. He had seen versions of them in church. What the rhythm and blues artists were doing was, in a sense, relocating this physical and emotional abandon from the sacred to the secular, channeling it into music that celebrated earthly rather than heavenly joy. Elvis absorbed this too, filed it away, added it to the complex interior synthesis that was slowly taking shape. Meanwhile, the practical realities of his family's life continued to press on him. Vernon worked when work was available, at various factories and warehouses around Memphis, wherever the labor was being hired. Gladys worked, too, at the Fashion Curtain Company, sewing curtains on an industrial machine for wages that were decent by the standards of what was available to a woman of her background and education, but that never quite stretched to cover everything the family needed. There were months when the Presleys fell behind on rent at Lauderdale Courts, months when Gladys would stay up late at the kitchen table going over the figures, trying to find the margin that wasn't there. These lean years did something to Elvis that prosperity might not have done. They produced in him a quality of attention to other people's material circumstances that those who knew him later in life often remarked upon, a genuine awareness of what it meant to not have enough, an instinctive generosity toward people who were struggling, rooted in the living memory of what struggling had felt like. He never forgot Lauderdale Courts. He never forgot the sound of his mother's worry, the particular quality of her silence when the money ran short. These memories became part of him, woven into the fabric of who he was, and they would surface again and again throughout his life in acts of extravagance toward others that were less about display than about a deep and genuine desire to give people what they needed. The social world of Hume's high school began, as Elvis moved through the grades, to yield him something more than loneliness. He found his people, not the athletes or the student government types or the academic achievers, but a loose coalition of teenagers who existed as he did on the margins of conventional high school social life. They were drawn together by some combination of shared outsider status and shared appetite for the things that high school social structures could not provide. They talked about music. They drove around Memphis in borrowed cars. They spent evenings on the steps of Lauderdale Courts or at Shelby Park, talking about the future in the way that teenagers talk about the future, with a mixture of wild ambition and careful qualifications, as if too much hope were its own kind of hubris. Elvis was, among this group, memorable, but not quite explicable. His taste in music confused people. He loved country, and he loved the blues, and he loved gospel. And he was equally passionate about all three in ways that did not make sense to friends who saw these traditions as belonging to separate and largely incompatible worlds. He dressed in ways that were distinctive to the point of eccentricity. The Beale Street influences visible in his clothing choices combined with the country style he had grown up with, producing a look that was entirely his own and that provoked equal measures of admiration and ridicule from his peers. He wore his hair longer than was conventional, and styled it with care that other boys found excessive. He was, in the most literal sense, working something out, assembling, piece by piece, from the materials that Memphis and his own nature had provided him, the image of the person he intended to become. By 1952, Elvis was 17 years old, and Lauderdale Courts was changing, or rather, his family's circumstances were changing relative to the court's requirements. The public housing project was intended for families in genuine financial need, and as Vernon's employment stabilized somewhat, and the family's income crept upward, they were approaching the income threshold above which continued residence was not permitted. This was, paradoxically, a kind of progress, evidence that the move to Memphis had, in at least this narrow financial sense, been the right decision. But it also meant that the apartment on Winchester Avenue, the first stable home Elvis had known, was running out of time as a place they could keep. The neighborhood beyond Lauderdale Courts, the wider world of North Memphis in which Elvis moved daily, was itself a kind of education. This was a working-class white neighborhood, but it bordered on black neighborhoods, and the Memphis of the early 1950s, for all its rigid official segregation, was a city in which black and white musical culture existed in much closer proximity than the legal structure suggested. You could hear gospel from a black church through the walls of a white church. You could stand on a street corner and be within earshot of music that official Memphis society pretended came from entirely separate and unrelated traditions. Elvis stood on those street corners, and he heard everything. The summer of 1952 was hot, in the way that Memphis summers are always hot, a wet, insistent subtropical heat that settled on the city like a physical weight and made even the evenings feel effortful. Elvis spent his days working odd jobs, contributing what he could to the family finances, and his evenings and nights in the way he had come to spend them, moving through the city, listening, absorbing, playing his guitar in the apartment when the neighbor's patience allowed, and outside when it did not. He was beginning to understand, in a way that was still more feeling than thought, that what he was doing was not merely hobby or recreation, but was something closer to vocation, that the music was not incidental to his life, but was its organizing principle, the thing around which everything else needed to arrange itself. He could not have articulated this clearly, not yet. He did not have the vocabulary for it, and the confidence to speak such things aloud had not yet come. But the understanding was there, quiet and persistent, the way a seed is persistent in the dark soil before it breaks the surface. The academic year of 1952 to 1953 was Elvis's senior year at Humes High School, and it was a year of gathering. He gathered experiences and sounds and observations. He participated that spring in the school's annual minstrel show, the kind of performance that was a staple of American high school life in that era, and in which Elvis, performing for the first time in front of a large crowd, discovered something important, that the fear dissolved when the music started, that the stage was, for him, not a place of exposure but a place of authority, a place where everything that made him awkward and uncertain in the ordinary social world fell away, and what remained was someone who knew exactly what he was doing and why. His classmates were, reportedly, astonished. The quiet boy with the unusual clothes and the guitar had whatever that quality is that makes a person impossible to look away from, that directs attention toward them with an authority that has nothing to do with conventional attractiveness or social status. He sang a song, and then the applause came, and it was different from polite applause. It was the kind that comes from genuine surprise, from an audience that was not expecting to be moved, and was moved despite itself. Elvis felt it. He felt the specific electricity of that response, the way it traveled from the audience back to the performer in a circuit that was physical as well as emotional. And he understood, on some level that went deeper than conscious thought, that this was what he was for. This was the exchange he had been building toward. In all those hours of listening in the dark and practicing in the apartment and walking the streets of Memphis with his ears open and his mind recording, this was where it was all leading. In the spring of 1953, Elvis Presley graduated from Humes High School. He was 18 years old. He was nobody. Nobody in the sense that the world had taken no notice of him, that his name appeared in no newspaper and no music industry ledger, that the people who made decisions about what America would hear had no idea he existed. He was a high school graduate from a public housing project in North Memphis, the son of a man who had once gone to prison, and a woman who sewed curtains for a living, a boy who had spent the last 5 years walking the streets of a city and letting it write itself into him. But Memphis had given him something that could not be bought or borrowed or conferred by any institution of learning. It had given him the full, complex, gorgeous, contradictory range of American musical experience in the middle of the 20th century. Country music and the blues and gospel and rhythm and blues and all the unnamed spaces between them. And he had absorbed it all with the thoroughness of someone who understood, even if only instinctively, that this was the material from which something extraordinary was going to be made. The Memphis Crossroads. He had stood at it for 5 years. He had listened to everything it had to offer. He had taken in the sound of Beale Street on a Saturday night, and the sound of the First Assembly of God on a Sunday morning, the sound of Hank Williams on WSM, and the sound of B.B. King on WDIA, the sound of his mother's Pentecostal singing, and his father's worried silence, and the city itself, always the city, breathing its complex polyrhythmic breath around him. He was ready, though no one yet knew it. Not the music industry, not his teachers, not his friends, not the agents and promoters and radio programmers who would soon be scrambling to understand what had happened and where it had come from. And perhaps not even Elvis himself, not in any fully conscious way. What he knew was that the music was in him, all of it, pressed together under enormous pressure into something that had no precise precedent and no clear category. What he knew was that the summer of 1953 lay ahead of him, warm and open and full of possibility. And that he had a guitar. And that somewhere in this city, there was a door he had not yet opened. Chapter 3. Sun Records and the Spark, 1954-1955. There is a moment in the life of every extraordinary person when the world shifts. Not with a crash or a clap of thunder, but quietly. The way dawn arrives, so gradually you barely notice, until suddenly the sky is completely different. For Elvis Aaron Presley, that moment came on a summer evening in Memphis, Tennessee, in the year 1954, inside a small, unremarkable building on Union Avenue that would change the sound of the world forever. But before we arrive at that evening, we must understand the young man who walked through that door. Elvis was 19 years old. He was shy in the way that deeply feeling people often are, not because he lacked confidence, but because the interior world he carried was so rich and so vast that the exterior world sometimes felt like too small a stage for it. He had graduated from Hume's High School the previous year, and while his classmates had scattered into careers and colleges, Elvis had settled into the modest, grinding rhythm of working life. He drove a truck for the Crown Electric Company, earning $41 a week, navigating the streets of Memphis with his dark hair carefully styled and his collar turned up, looking every bit the part of a young man who had not yet been given his moment. He still lived with his parents, Vernon and Gladys, in a modest apartment on Cypress Street. The three of them remained as tightly knit as they had always been, the small family unit that had survived poverty, displacement, and the long journey from Tupelo. Gladys still watched her son with the same mixture of fierce pride and quiet worry that had defined her relationship with him since childhood. She saw in Elvis something she could not quite name, a hunger, a brightness, a quality that set him apart even in a room full of people. Vernon was quieter in his assessment, more cautious in his hopes, having learned through hard years that dreams had a way of being interrupted by the demands of ordinary life. But Elvis himself had not given up dreaming. He was, by this point, a young man entirely possessed by music. He absorbed it from every direction. The gospel harmonies that floated out of the First Assembly of God Church, the rhythm and blues pouring from Beale Street, the country sounds crackling through the radio dial late at night. He did not see these as separate worlds. To Elvis, music was music. It was feeling made audible. And he carried all of it inside him, a vast and fertile internal reservoir that had not yet found its outlet. It was in the summer of 1953 that Elvis first pushed open the door of Memphis Recording Service, located inside Sun Studio at 706 Union Avenue. He told himself, and told the woman behind the front desk, that he wanted to record a song as a birthday gift for his mother. This was not entirely untrue. Gladys's birthday had indeed passed, though by several months. But the deeper truth was simpler and more urgent. Elvis wanted to hear himself. He wanted to know what he sounded like on tape, to press his voice against something solid and real and permanent. The woman at the front desk was Marion Keisker, the office manager and assistant to Sam Phillips, the man who owned and operated Sun Records. Marion was sharp, observant, and possessed of an instinct for talent that matched her employer's own. She recorded Elvis that afternoon. He sang 2 ballads, My Happiness and That's When Your Heartaches Begin, and she was moved enough by what she heard to write a note on a scrap of paper beside his name and phone number. The note read simply, Good ballad singer. Hold. Elvis paid his $4, collected his acetate recording, and walked back out into the Memphis afternoon. He did not know that a note had been made. He did not know that his voice had registered in the mind of a woman who would, in the months that followed, mention him more than once to her employer. He walked home in the summer heat, carrying his small recording, and he waited, not impatiently but with the focused, quiet patience of someone who does not yet know what they are waiting for. He returned to Sun Studio the following January, in 1954, and recorded 2 more songs. Again, Marion took note. Again, she mentioned him to Sam Phillips. And Sam Phillips, a man who was himself searching for something he could feel but not yet see, filed the name away in that particular drawer of his mind where interesting things were kept. Sam Phillips deserves a moment of his own here, because to understand what happened next, you must understand the man behind the studio door. Sam was 31 years old in 1954, a lean, intense Alabaman with a jaw that could cut glass and eyes that saw through the surface of things to whatever was moving underneath. He had grown up in the South, had lived alongside Black Americans, had listened since childhood to the music that emerged from that experience, the blues, the gospel, the field hollers and work songs and church harmonies that carried centuries of feeling in their bones. He had come to Memphis with a mission he sometimes expressed out loud and sometimes kept private. He wanted to record Black artists, to bring their music to a wider audience, to give it the commercial exposure it deserved and had so long been denied. He had done exactly that. Sun Records had recorded B.B. King and Howlin' Wolf and Rufus Thomas and Junior Parker, artists of towering talent who had not, for all the beauty of their music, broken through into the mainstream white American market. Sam understood why. The radio stations wouldn't play it. The record distributors wouldn't carry it widely. The walls between musical worlds in 1954 America were not merely cultural, they were structural, enforced by habit and commerce and the deep, stubborn architecture of segregation. And so Sam Phillips had begun to articulate, sometimes aloud to Marion, sometimes only to himself, a particular kind of longing. He wanted to find a white artist who could carry that feeling, who could take the emotional authenticity of the blues, the spiritual electricity of gospel, and deliver it in a package that would travel across those walls. If I could find a white man, he said, in words that would become one of the most quoted sentences in music history, who had the Negro sound and the Negro feel, I could make $1 billion. He was not being crass. He was being honest about the mechanics of a segregated market. And beneath that honesty was a genuine artistic vision, a belief that something new could emerge from the collision of these worlds, something that had not yet existed and could not be predicted. On a June afternoon in 1954, Sam Phillips received a record in the mail. It was a song called Without You, and it had been sent to him by someone he didn't know. He played it, and felt immediately that the voice on the demo was not quite right for it, but the song itself had something. He began thinking about who might be able to record it. Marion, watching him, suggested the name she had written down months earlier. The boy with the sideburns. The one who'd come in twice. Elvis Presley. Sam told her to call the number. Marian dialed, and when no one answered, she tried the neighbors, who ran to fetch Elvis from wherever he was. When Elvis called back, Marian told him that Sam Phillips wanted him to come in. Elvis asked when. Marian said, as soon as possible. Elvis said he'd be there in minutes. He arrived so quickly that Marian suspected he had run most of the way. He came into the studio with his guitar slung over his shoulder, and that combination of eagerness and self-consciousness that defined him in those early days, wanting desperately to be seen, and simultaneously terrified of being seen too clearly. Sam Phillips shook his hand, looked him over with those penetrating eyes, and got him in front of a microphone. They worked through the song Phillips had in mind. Elvis sang it, and sang it again, and then sang it several more times. Sam listened carefully. The voice was unmistakably beautiful, warm and supple, capable of great delicacy. But something wasn't connecting. The song wasn't the right vessel. Sam could feel it. They took a break. Sam called in 2 local musicians he trusted, Scotty Moore, a guitarist of considerable skill and sensitivity, and Bill Black, a bassist who played with an easy, rolling physicality that could anchor any rhythm. Sam thought that perhaps the chemistry between the 3 young men might produce something that Phillips, working alone with Elvis, had not been able to access. Scotty Moore was 22 years old, just 3 years older than Elvis, and he arrived at the session with the professional ease of someone who had been playing in bands for years. He and Bill Black came over to Elvis's apartment the day before the formal session so they could get acquainted, could play together informally, and see what they had between them. They sat in the small living room while Gladys moved quietly in the kitchen, and they played through a range of songs, country numbers, pop standards, a few blues pieces, feeling their way towards something they couldn't yet identify. The formal session took place on the evening of July 5, 1954. They arrived at Sun Studio as the summer heat was beginning to ease slightly into the long Memphis evening. The studio was a modest room. Low ceilings, acoustic tiles on the walls, a single microphone on a stand, the smell of tape and electricity in the air. Sam Phillips was in the control room, behind the glass, watching and listening. Marian was there too, keeping her notes, observing everything with her careful eyes. They worked for hours. They tried various songs, various approaches, various tempos. They were searching for something without being able to name it. Sam offered encouragement and direction from the control room, suggesting adjustments, urging Elvis to relax into the music rather than performing at it. Elvis was professional, attentive, and trying hard, perhaps too hard. The beauty of his voice was evident, but the particular quality Sam was searching for, that wildness, that fusion, that thing that had no name yet, remained just out of reach. And then, sometime late in the evening, in one of those moments that cannot be planned or engineered or summoned by effort, Elvis began to play around with a song. It was "That's All Right," written and originally recorded by the blues singer Arthur Crudup in 1946. It was not a song anyone had suggested they try. It was not on any list. Elvis simply began to play it, singing loosely, almost goofing around, letting the song fall out of him in a way that was entirely unguarded and free. Scotty Moore heard it and picked up the thread immediately, his guitar falling into a rolling, jumping pattern that matched Elvis's energy. Bill Black felt the rhythm shift and leaned into it with his bass, slapping the strings with an exuberance that sent the whole thing bouncing forward. The 3 of them were grinning. They were laughing, almost. They were playing the way people play when they have forgotten they are supposed to be doing something in particular and are simply doing what comes naturally. In the control room, Sam Phillips snapped to attention. Whatever he had been listening for throughout that long evening, throughout those months and years of searching, he was hearing it now. He leaned forward and pressed the intercom button. "What are you doing?" he asked. They stopped. They looked at each other. Elvis shrugged, a little uncertain. "We don't know," one of them said. "Well, back up," Sam told them. "Try to find a place to start, and do it again." They did it again and again. Sam recorded it. He listened back with the focused intensity of a man who has just witnessed something he cannot quite believe. The track was unlike anything that existed at that moment in American music. It had the feel of the blues, the looseness, the emotional directness, the physical urgency, but it moved with an energy and a lightness that was entirely new. Elvis's voice, freed from the effort of performing, was doing something extraordinary. It was leaping and bending and breaking in ways that seemed simultaneously planned and completely spontaneous. They then recorded a flip side, a Bill Monroe bluegrass song called Blue Moon of Kentucky, which Elvis transformed in similar fashion, taking a stiff country waltz and loosening it into something that swung and breathed and moved. When they had finished, Sam Phillips sat alone in the control room for a long while, listening to the playback on the reel-to-reel. He was already thinking about what came next. The acetate of That's All Right reached the hands of Dewey Phillips, no relation to Sam, a disc jockey at WHBQ Radio in Memphis who hosted a program called Red Hot and Blue. Dewey was a figure of almost mythological Memphis character, loud, unpredictable, brilliantly tuned to the tastes of his audience, and possessed of absolutely no filter between his thoughts and his mouth. He was exactly the kind of person who could introduce something new and make it feel like a celebration rather than a provocation. Dewey played That's All Right on the air on July 8, 1954, 3 days after it was recorded. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The phone lines at WHBQ lit up with listeners who wanted to know who they were hearing. They wanted to know the singer's name. They wanted to know when they could get the record. Several callers, it was noted, assumed they were hearing a black artist. The music carried that feeling, that authenticity, that soulful directness that listeners associated with black radio and Beale Street, and yet the voice had an unfamiliar quality, something that didn't quite fit any existing category. Dewey Phillips played the record 14 times that night. Elvis himself was not listening. He was at the movies, too nervous to sit by the radio and hear himself on the air. When his parents reached him at the theater and told him to come home, that Dewey wanted to interview him on air, Elvis arrived at the radio station with his heart hammering and his hands uncertain. Dewey put him in front of a microphone and talked to him, and somewhere in the middle of the conversation, casually mentioned that they were on the air. Elvis, not realizing he had been broadcasting the entire time, had been speaking with complete, unrehearsed naturalness. It was, in its way, a perfect introduction to the public, the real Elvis, not the performing Elvis, the one who was warm and funny and slightly disbelieving of his own situation. The record was pressed and released on July 19, 1954. It entered the Memphis charts almost immediately, rising to number 3 on the local country chart, which was both a triumph and a source of enormous confusion, since the song was nothing like country music as anyone understood it, and radio programmers who dealt in rhythm and blues wouldn't play it because they assumed a white artist from Memphis had no business being on their stations. The record existed in a kind of genre limbo that frustrated marketers and delighted listeners in equal measure. Elvis Presley was doing something that had no precedent and therefore no roadmap. He was not trying to bridge musical worlds. He was simply being himself, a young man in whom those worlds had already merged, who had absorbed black gospel and white country and Mississippi blues and Memphis rhythm and blues and distilled them all into something that was entirely, unmistakably his own. The seams did not show because there were no seams. This was not fusion, in the conscious, deliberate sense. This was just Elvis. Through the rest of 1954 and into 1955, Sun Records released a succession of singles: Good Rockin' Tonight, Milk Cow Blues Boogie, You're a Heartbreaker, Baby Let's Play House, Mystery Train. Each one a small explosion of personality and feeling, each one pushing slightly further into the new territory that Elvis, Scotty Moore, and Bill Black were mapping together. They were a tight, instinctive unit by now, the three of them having developed the kind of musical conversation that exists between people who have listened to each other long enough to finish each other's sentences. They played wherever they could. The Louisiana Hayride, the radio barn dance program broadcast from Shreveport, Louisiana, became an early and important platform. The Hayride was the younger, more adventurous sibling of the Grand Ole Opry, willing to take chances on artists who hadn't yet proven themselves at the national level. Elvis appeared there for the first time in October 1954, and the audience, initially polite, became something else entirely once he began to perform. Young women in particular responded with a fervor that seemed to surprise even themselves, a physical, almost involuntary reaction to something in Elvis's presence that was difficult to articulate but impossible to ignore. The music was only part of it. On stage, Elvis moved. He moved in ways that young men in 1954 simply did not move, at least not in public, not on stages where parents and grandparents sat in the audience. His hips shifted and rolled with the rhythm. His legs shook, almost vibrating, as if the music were passing through him electrically. His lip curled. His eyes went half closed. He smiled a slow, knowing smile that was somehow both innocent and entirely aware of its own effect. He was not performing sexuality so much as simply being young and physical and fully inhabited by the music, but the result was an energy that registered in the bodies of young women in the audience before it registered in their minds. Their screams, initially scattered and surprised, grew louder with each performance. The parents in those same audiences were having a rather different experience. They watched this young man from Memphis with his dark sideburns and his rolling hips and his too casual clothes, and they felt something equally involuntary, not excitement but alarm. There was a quality to Elvis's presence on stage that seemed to these observers to be disruptive, improper, suggestive in ways they found difficult to specify, and therefore more troubling. He was unsettling the order of things. He was making their daughters scream. This was, though no one quite recognized it yet, exactly what was happening. Something in the culture was shifting, and Elvis Presley, 19 years old and fresh from driving a truck through the streets of Memphis, was the agent of that shift, not by intention, not by calculation, but simply by being exactly who he was. He played high schools and auditoriums, roadhouses and country fairs. He drove with Scotty and Bill in a battered car, the bass violin strapped to the roof, sleeping in cheap motels or not sleeping at all, living on coffee and ambition, and the feeling he got during those 45 minutes on stage when everything in him was fully, completely alive. The road was grueling, and the money was modest, and the future was entirely uncertain, but Elvis was doing what he had always known in some wordless and fundamental way that he was meant to do. And in this period of building momentum, of regional excitement and spreading word of mouth, another figure entered the story. His name was Colonel Tom Parker. Tom Parker was not a colonel, not in any official military sense. He was not, as it happened, even an American by birth. He was Andreas Cornelis van Kuijk, born in Breda in the Netherlands, who had arrived in the United States sometime in the 1920s under circumstances that he spent the rest of his life keeping deliberately obscure. He had worked carnivals, managed country music acts, developed a talent for promotion, and an even sharper talent for understanding what other people wanted and how to make them want it more. He had attached himself to country star Hank Snow as a manager and promoter, and through that association had become a figure of significance in the country music business, connected, savvy, and possessed of an appetite for control that was, in its own way, as formidable as Elvis's appetite for music. Parker was 45 years old in 1954, old enough to be Elvis's father, and when he first became aware of the young man generating excitement in the regional circuit, he watched carefully and thought slowly and took his time. He was not a man who moved without purpose. He had the carny's instinct for the difference between a flash in the pan and something that could be sustained, developed, transformed into a lasting commercial enterprise. He began to attach himself to Elvis's orbit gradually, Through various promotions and shows, through conversations with Sam Phillips, and through careful cultivation of Gladys and Vernon Presley, who were in over their heads with the business dimensions of their son's emerging career, and were understandably cautious about the large, loud, smooth-talking man who had begun to appear with such regularity at the edges of Elvis's life. Elvis himself was both drawn to and slightly wary of Parker. The Colonel, as everyone called him as he insisted on being called, projected an authority and a certainty that Elvis, who was instinctively deferential to older men in positions of power, found difficult to resist. Parker spoke of the future in concrete terms, of national exposure and major record deals, and the kind of success that would put Elvis Presley on stages across America, not just in the towns and cities of the Mid-South. He spoke as if all of this were not merely possible, but inevitable, as if the only question was whether Elvis would be wise enough to let the right person steer. Sam Phillips watched the Colonel's growing presence with mixed feelings. He liked Elvis enormously, believed in him completely, and had invested not only money but genuine passion in the young artist's development. At the same time, Sam was a realist. He knew that Sun Records, for all its artistic significance, was a small, independent label operating on limited resources. The kinds of national promotional campaigns that would be required to take Elvis from regional phenomenon to national star were beyond what Sun could provide. And Sam had other artists to consider, other recordings to make, other visions to pursue. The tension between these two worlds, the small, authentic, artistically pure world of Sun Records and the larger, more commercial, more calculating world toward which Colonel Parker pointed, would define the next phase of Elvis's story. But in 1954 and into 1955, that tension was still gathering beneath the surface, not yet broken into the open. What was undeniably, visibly real was the music and the response to it. Elvis played the hayride consistently through this period, becoming a fixture whose appearances drew larger and more fervent crowds with each visit. He played package shows with other country and rockabilly acts, and invariably, regardless of where he appeared on the bill, he was the one the audiences talked about afterward. There was a photograph taken at one of these shows during this period. Elvis on stage, his body bent forward, his face alight with something between ecstasy and mischief. The guitar swung to one side, the audience before him a blur of reaching hands and open mouths. The photograph looks like something that could not have been planned. It looks like a force of nature, captured accidentally by a camera. He was recording too, consistently, back in that small room on Union Avenue with Sam Phillips behind the glass. Mystery Train, recorded in the summer of 1955, stands as perhaps the greatest achievement of the Sun period, a song that pulses and breathes and rushes forward with the momentum of something that cannot be stopped. Elvis's voice riding the rhythm like a surfer who has found the perfect wave and knows he must hold on and let it carry him as far and as fast as it will go. Scotty Moore's guitar, on that recording, is a conversation with Elvis's voice, responsive and intuitive. The two of them tracking each other through the song, the way people track each other who have spent long hours in close quarters and have learned to anticipate. Bill Black's bass holds the whole thing together with a simplicity that is its own kind of art. Mystery Train reached #1 on the country charts. A young man who drove a truck for $41 a week had made a record that sat at the top of the charts. He was not famous yet, not in the national sense, not in the way that his name would mean something to a person picked at random anywhere in America. But he was famous in the Mid-South in a way that was beginning to feel ungovernable, beginning to exceed the contexts available to it. The roadhouses and high school auditoriums and radio barn dances were too small for what was happening. The screaming girls who pressed toward the stage at every performance were already, in miniature, anticipating something that had not yet arrived at full scale. Colonel Tom Parker could see it. Sam Phillips could see it, though what he chose to do about it was another question. Vernon and Gladys could see it, though what it meant for their son, for the shy boy from Tupelo who had once stood outside the tent revivals listening to the music pour out from inside, was impossible for them to fully comprehend. And Elvis himself. Elvis could feel it the way he felt music, not as an idea, not as something processed and analyzed, but as a physical reality, a pressure and a heat and a rightness that he had no words for and did not need words for, because the music already said everything that words could not. He was 19 years old, then 20. He was living in the first chapter of the rest of his life, and the pages were turning fast. The year 1955 moved forward like the train in that song, with momentum and direction, and a sound that announced itself before it arrived. There were shows to play, and miles to drive, and music to make. There were conversations between adults he was not always party to, negotiations and considerations, and decisions being made in rooms he did not sit in, about his future and his music and his name. The machinery of the industry was beginning to take notice of him, and the machinery of the industry was a large and complicated apparatus that did not always move gently. But in those moments on stage, none of that machinery existed. There was only the music, and the guitar, and Scotty's answering riff, and Bill's rolling bass, and the sound of a room full of people discovering simultaneously that something was happening to them that they had not expected and could not entirely account for. The world was about to change. It was already changing. And at the center of the change was a young man with dark hair, and a shy smile, and a voice that sounded like nothing the world had ever heard before, who had walked into a small studio on a summer evening in Memphis and played a song he hadn't planned to play, in a way he hadn't planned to play it, and lit a spark that would not, in the decades to come, ever fully go out. Chapter 4. The Network Takeover, 1956. There is a moment in the life of every great force of nature when it ceases to be a local phenomenon and becomes something the entire world must reckon with. A storm that begins over warm water, spinning quietly, gathering itself, until it makes landfall and changes the geography of everything it touches. For Elvis Aaron Presley, that moment was 1956. And when it arrived, it did not knock gently at the door of American culture. It came straight through the wall. To understand what happened in that year, you have to first understand what America looked like on the eve of it. The country was prosperous, buttoned down, and deeply committed to a certain idea of itself. Eisenhower was in the White House. Families gathered around television sets the size of small furniture. The radio played Perry Como and Patti Page, and the comfortable, well-mannered sounds of a nation that had survived a depression and a world war, and now wanted more than anything else to rest easy. Music was something that happened in living rooms, something your mother might hum along to while she folded the laundry. It was pleasant. It was safe. It knew its place. And then came Elvis. He had already been stirring things up, of course. The previous year had seen him barnstorm across the American South with a feverish energy that left audiences shaken and screaming. He had cut records for Sun Records in Memphis, records that sounded like nothing anyone had heard before, country music bleeding into rhythm and blues, the sacred bleeding into the profane, a white boy from Tupelo, Mississippi, singing with a feeling that seemed to come from somewhere ancient and unnameable. Sam Phillips, the visionary founder of Sun, had famously said he was looking for a white artist who could capture the feeling of the black artists he admired. When Elvis walked through his door, Phillips understood, with the instinct of a man who had spent years listening to music in the dark, that the search was over. But Sun Records was a small operation, a regional label with regional reach. And the force that had been building inside Elvis Presley was not a regional force. It needed a larger vessel. That vessel would come in the form of RCA Victor, one of the most powerful record labels in the United States, and the man who would broker the deal between Sun and RCA was Colonel Tom Parker, a figure as fascinating and complex as Elvis himself, and in many ways his precise opposite. Where Elvis was open, instinctive, and generous to the point of recklessness, Parker was calculating, secretive, and relentlessly strategic. He was not actually a colonel. He had awarded himself the title. He was not even, as would be revealed much later, an American citizen. He was born Andreas Cornelis van Kuijk in the Netherlands, and he had entered the United States illegally, a fact that would shape, in hidden ways, nearly every major decision he made on behalf of the man he managed. But in the closing weeks of 1955, none of that history was visible. What was visible was Parker's extraordinary certainty that Elvis Presley was about to become the most famous entertainer in the world. Parker had seen enough of the country, had worked with enough acts, had read enough audiences to know that what he had in Elvis was singular. And he was determined to place him where that singularity could do its most dramatic work. The negotiations with Sam Phillips were delicate. Phillips was not a foolish man, and he was not unaware of what he was selling. He had discovered Elvis. He had shaped the early sound. But he was also a businessman operating on thin margins, and RCA came to the table with a number that was, for 1955, almost shocking in its ambition. $35,000. That was what RCA paid for Elvis Presley's contract, his unreleased recordings, and the right to his future. It was the largest sum ever paid for a recording artist's contract in the history of the American music industry up to that point. Phillips used some of that money to sign other artists, to keep Sun Records alive. He would later say, with a weariness that carried the weight of hindsight, that it was the right decision for the label, even if it was the decision that changed everything. For Elvis, the transition from Sun to RCA meant something profound and practical. It meant access to better studios. It meant a national distribution network. It meant promotional machinery of a scale that Sun could never have provided. And it meant that when he walked into RCA's studios in Nashville on the 10th of January 1956 to begin recording, the infrastructure existed to take whatever he made and carry it into every corner of the country simultaneously. That first RCA session produced a song called Heartbreak Hotel. It was unlike anything that had been on the national charts before. Written by Mae Boren Axton and Tommy Durden, inspired, according to its authors, by a newspaper story about a man who had died alone and left behind a note that read simply, "I walk a lonely street." The song had a quality of existential desolation that was almost startling in the context of the mid-1950s. The production was spare, almost austere. There was an echo on Elvis's voice that made it sound as though he was singing from the bottom of a well, or from some dark corridor that opened onto nowhere. The bass line walked slowly, deliberately, like footsteps on a long and empty road. RCA was not entirely sure what they had. Some executives were skeptical. The song did not sound like the polished, orchestrated pop that ruled the charts. It did not sound like what radio programmers were accustomed to breaking. There was a meeting, reportedly, in which someone suggested that Heartbreak Hotel might be a commercial mistake, that Elvis might need to be steered towards something more conventional if he was going to succeed on a national scale. They were wrong, of course. Spectacularly wrong. Heartbreak Hotel was released on January 27, 1956. Within weeks, it was climbing the charts with the momentum of something that could not be stopped. By April, it had reached number 1 on the Billboard Pop chart, where it would remain for 8 weeks. 8 weeks. It also reached number 1 on the country chart and number 5 on the rhythm and blues chart. A crossing of boundaries, a collapse of the carefully maintained categories that American popular music had organized itself into, that was itself a kind of cultural statement. Elvis did not belong to one genre. He belonged to all of them, and to none of them. And the fact that this was possible said something important about the America that was waiting, whether it knew it or not, for exactly this. But records, however historic, were only part of the story of 1956. The other part was television. Television was still young in 1956, a medium in the process of discovering what it was and what it could do. The major networks, NBC, CBS, and the smaller ABC, were in constant competition for audiences and for the talent that could deliver those audiences. Variety programs were the dominant entertainment form. Ed Sullivan's Toast of the Town, which would later be renamed The Ed Sullivan Show, was one of the most watched programs in the country. Milton Berle had built his entire reputation on the medium. The Dorsey brothers had a program, Stage Show, produced by Jackie Gleason, that was looking for guests who could generate excitement. It was Stage Show that gave Elvis Presley his first national television appearance on January 28, 1956, one day after the release of Heartbreak Hotel. He performed 6 times on that program between January and March, and with each appearance, the reaction grew louder and more intense. He was not performing for a live audience in a stadium, where the energy could be understood as belonging to a specific place and a specific crowd. He was performing inside the living rooms of America, on the television sets that families gathered around in the evenings, and the effect was unlike anything those living rooms had contained before. The movement was the thing. It is easy, at this distance, to underestimate how radical Elvis's physical presence was on television. The dances and gyrations that later generations would regard as simply part of rock and roll's vocabulary were, in 1956, genuinely shocking to a significant portion of the viewing public. He moved his hips in ways that primetime television had never accommodated. He held the microphone in a way that seemed to invite interpretation. He smiled, not with the earnest eagerness of the boy next door, but with a slow, knowing quality that suggested he was in on a joke that the audience was only beginning to understand. Letters came in to the networks. Some of them were from parents who were outraged. Others were from teenagers who were ecstatic. The contrast itself was a kind of proof that something genuinely new was happening, something that divided the world into before and after, that made it impossible to pretend that American culture was the same thing it had been the previous Tuesday. The stage show appearances were only the beginning. In April, Elvis appeared on the Milton Berle Show, performing from the deck of the USS Hancock, a Navy aircraft carrier anchored off San Diego. The image was striking. This young man in his dark clothes, performing against the backdrop of military hardware, the wind moving through his hair, America's post-war confidence and its new restless youth culture occupying the same frame. He performed Heartbreak Hotel and Blue Suede Things, and the audience responded with the kind of enthusiasm that made the camera operators uncertain where to point their lenses. He returned to the Milton Berle Show in June, and it was this appearance that generated the most controversy of his early television career. He performed Hound Dog, a song that had been recorded by Big Mama Thornton several years earlier, and that Elvis had encountered on the live circuit, transforming it in his hands into something different from the original while preserving the wild, joyful irreverence at its center. He performed it with a slow, deliberate, almost comedic swagger that was simultaneously funny and provocative. The camera caught his hips moving in ways that would be replicated in parody for decades to come, but in the moment, there was nothing parodic about it. It was pure instinct, pure performance, the body moving the way the music required it to move. The response was enormous. The ratings were enormous. And the criticism was enormous. Newspapers ran editorials. Ministers preached sermons. A television critic for the New York Times named Jack Gould wrote a piece that characterized Elvis's performance as the antithesis of good taste, as something that appealed to the lowest instincts rather than the highest aspirations. It was the kind of criticism that, in its very vehemence, its very alarm, served as the best possible advertisement for what it was condemning. Every teenager in America who had not yet seen Elvis Presley now understood that seeing him was an urgent necessity. Colonel Parker, watching all of this with the calm attention of a man who had anticipated precisely this reaction, began to work the phones. He was negotiating with Steve Allen, whose new program on NBC was in direct competition with Ed Sullivan on Sunday nights. Allen was a sophisticated entertainer, a musician and comedian with intellectual pretensions who was not entirely comfortable with what Elvis represented. But he was also a pragmatist who understood ratings. He booked Elvis for the 1st of July. The Steve Allen appearance is a peculiar artifact of that year, because Allen, clearly trying to manage what he had invited into his studio, dressed Elvis in a white tie and tails, and had him perform Hound Dog, the song that had generated all that controversy, to a basset hound sitting on a pedestal. It was absurdist, deliberately defanging, a way of placing the dangerous thing inside a joke so that it could be watched without requiring the audience to feel anything too strongly about it. Elvis submitted to this with a good humor that spoke to his fundamental generosity and his willingness to be in on the bit, even when the bit was at his own expense. But even tuxedoed and performing for a dog, Elvis Presley was Elvis Presley. The appearance drew enormous ratings. The following day, Colonel Parker made a call to Ed Sullivan. Sullivan had been resistant. He was a cultural gatekeeper of the old school, a man who believed sincerely that his program existed to elevate taste rather than to indulge it. He had said publicly that he would not have Elvis on his show. But the ratings from the Steve Allen program, which had beaten Sullivan in the Sunday night time slot for the first time in years, had a way of clarifying Sullivan's thinking. He called Parker. He offered an extraordinary sum, $50,000 for 3 appearances, a number that reflected both his recognition of Elvis's power and the depth of his reluctance to acknowledge it. The first Sullivan appearance was set for September 9, 1956. Ed Sullivan himself was not present. He had been in a car accident and was recovering. His substitute host was the actor Charles Laughton, a man of formidable gravitas and old-world theatrical bearing, who introduced Elvis with a kind of bemused solemnity, as though he was presiding over something he could not quite classify but recognized as significant. 60 million people watched that night. 60 million. In a country of 168 million people, more than a third of the entire population sat in front of their television sets and watched Elvis Presley perform. It was, at the time, one of the largest audiences in the history of American television. He performed several songs, including Love Me Tender, which was tied to a film he had just completed, his first movie, and the song itself had a quality entirely different from the charged, physical performances that had made him notorious. It was tender, gentle, almost hymn-like in its simplicity, and it revealed something about Elvis that the controversy had obscured. He could be still. He could be soft. He had a voice that, stripped of its wildness, was capable of an almost unbearable intimacy. The audience wrote in by the hundreds of thousands. The letters were overwhelmingly positive. And when Elvis returned for his third Sullivan appearance, in January of 1957, the network made a decision, perhaps the most famous editorial decision in the history of American television at that point, to film him only from the waist up. They would show the voice, the face, the magnetism. They would not show the hips. This censorship, if you could call it that, was itself an admission of the power those hips contained, a formal acknowledgement by the broadcast establishment that Elvis Presley's body was capable of doing things to the national culture that the national culture's guardians were not prepared to permit. Meanwhile, the records kept coming. After Heartbreak Hotel, RCA released I Want You, I Need You, I Love You in the spring of 1956, and it too reached number 1. Then came the double-sided single of Hound Dog and Don't Be Cruel, released in July. This pairing was almost strategic in its brilliance, though it may have been more instinctive than strategic. Hound Dog on one side, an explosion of rhythm and defiance, Don't Be Cruel on the other, smooth and melodic and shot through with a playful self-confidence that was irresistible. Both sides were played on the radio. Both sides were hits. The single sat at number 1 on the pop chart for 11 weeks, a record that would stand for decades. Then came Love Me Tender, released in September to coincide with his Sullivan debut and the film of the same name, and it too climbed to number 1. And then Anyway You Want Me, the B-side of Love Me Tender. And then I Was the One. And then Blue Suede Shoes, Carl Perkins' song which Elvis had covered and made his own on the national stage even as the original continued to chart. By the end of 1956, Elvis Presley had placed 10 singles on the charts. He had scored multiple number ones. He had dominated not just the pop chart, but the country chart and the rhythm and blues chart simultaneously, a crossing of commercial and cultural lines that no artist had achieved with such consistency before. Billboard magazine, tallying the year's results, could not quite find a category sufficient to contain what he had done. He was the best-selling recording artist of the year. He was arguably the most discussed figure in American public life, which was itself a remarkable statement for a 21-year-old from Tupelo, Mississippi, who had been driving a truck for an electric company not 3 years earlier. The film Love Me Tender, his screen debut, opened in November and set box office records. He had not asked to be an actor. The part had come to him through the machinery that Parker had set in motion, a recognition that Elvis's face, his physical presence, the quality he carried, that the camera caught and enlarged, was as commercially potent on the big screen as it was on television or vinyl. The film was a Civil War Western, modest in its ambitions, and Elvis's role was smaller than the billing suggested. But audiences went regardless, in enormous numbers, and the sound of screaming in movie theaters when Elvis appeared on screen was, according to reporters who covered the premieres, something they had never encountered in a cinema before. He was, by the end of 1956, something that had never quite existed before in American popular culture. A figure who occupied all of the entertainment mediums simultaneously, who was at number 1 on the radio while you were watching him on television, while you were reading about him in the newspaper, while teenagers were lining up outside movie theaters to watch him on the screen. He was everywhere. He was inescapable. He was, for a very large portion of the American population, under the age of 25, the most important person alive. And for another portion of the population, a portion that cut across class and region, and sometimes age, he was a symbol of everything that was going wrong. The letters that arrived at radio stations, asking disc jockeys not to play his music. The school principals who banned his records from dances. The civic groups who issued resolutions. The commentators who spoke of the corruption of youth, the erosion of standards, the invasion of something primitive and dangerous into the living room of decency. All of this resistance was real, and it was felt sincerely by the people who expressed it. They were not wrong exactly to sense that something was changing. Something was changing. The America of 1956 was not the same country as the America of 1954, and Elvis Presley was not the only reason for that, but he was the most visible, the most audible, the most embodied reason. What his critics could not understand, or would not allow themselves to understand, was that the change was not coming from Elvis. It was coming through him. He was not creating a hunger in the young people who screamed at his name. He was answering a hunger that already existed, that had been building for years in a society that asked its young people to be quiet, to conform, to defer, to wait. He was giving sound and shape to an energy that was already present in the culture, already pressing against the walls that had been built to contain it. He was the place where that energy found its expression, and the fact that he did this through music, through joy, through rhythm, through a beauty that was undeniable even to those who found it threatening, was why he endured when so many of the era's moral panics faded and were forgotten. There is a photograph from 1956 that captures something of what that year felt like. Elvis is standing on a stage somewhere in the South, his body caught mid-movement, his face tilted upward, his mouth slightly open. The audience in front of him is a blur of faces and reaching hands, and the expression on those faces, on the faces you can make out in the blur, is something between ecstasy and desperation, as though the people in that crowd are reaching towards something they cannot name but cannot live without. Elvis himself looks, in this photograph, not triumphant, not calculating, but absorbed. He is inside the music. He is not performing from a distance. He is inside it. That quality, the quality of being fully inside the experience, of not holding anything back, of giving himself completely to the moment, was what audiences felt, and it was what made him different from the performers who studied him and imitated him and could reproduce the surface of what he did without capturing its essence. You can learn the moves. You cannot learn the abandonment. You cannot learn the thing that makes an audience feel that the performer on the stage would die before he would give them less than everything. Colonel Parker, watching all of this from the wings, was pleased. He was not a sentimental man, and his relationship to Elvis was not a sentimental one. He believed in the product. He believed in the commercial possibilities of the product. He was managing, with extraordinary competence, the transformation of a regional sensation into a national institution. The deals he was making, with RCA, with the television networks, with Hal Wallace at Paramount Pictures, who would sign Elvis to a long-term film contract before 1956 was out, were deals that would shape the architecture of Elvis's career for decades to come. Some of those deals would later be questioned. Some of the choices Parker made would, in the long view of history, appear to have limited as much as they advanced the artist he managed. But in 1956, Parker was exactly the engine that this particular rocket required, and the trajectory he set was as close to vertical as the music industry had ever seen. December came, and with it a moment that would pass into legend with a casualness that belied its improbability. Elvis was at Sun Studio in Memphis. He had come back, not to record for the label that had launched him, but simply to visit, to be in the place where it had begun. Carl Perkins was there, recording a new album. Jerry Lee Lewis was there, a new arrival on the Sun roster, barely known, but burning with the same kind of uncontainable energy that had characterized Elvis's own early months at the label. Johnny Cash stopped by. And for an afternoon in December, the four of them were in the same room, singing together, running through gospel songs and old country tunes, and the kind of informal, joyful music-making that happens when musicians who love what they do find themselves together without an agenda. Sam Phillips, who was present, had the foresight to record what was happening. The result was a session that would be remembered as the $1 Million Quartet, four men who would each, in their own way, become foundational figures in American music, caught in a single unrepeatable afternoon of pure unmandatory joy. Elvis was 21 years old. He had already appeared on national television multiple times. He had already placed multiple songs at number one. He was, by any measure, the most famous young man in America. And he spent that December afternoon singing hymns with his friends, not for any audience, not for any camera, not for any chart position, but because the music was there and it needed to be sung. That image, the 21-year-old at the apex of an almost incomprehensible ascent, choosing to spend an afternoon in the room where it had all started, singing songs that had nothing to do with his commercial moment, says something that the sales figures and the television ratings cannot fully capture. It says something about what music meant to Elvis Presley before it meant anything else. Before it meant fame or money, or the Colonel's carefully negotiated deals. Before it meant the screaming crowds, and the network censors and the newspaper editorials. Before it meant all the things it would come to mean, and all the burdens those things would eventually carry. In the beginning, it was just the music. And in December of 1956, for one afternoon, in a small studio on Union Avenue in Memphis, it was just the music again. Four young men from the South, who had each heard something in the old songs, something true and necessary, and had each found their own way of making that truth audible to the rest of the world. The year that had begun with the release of Heartbreak Hotel ended in that room, with those voices, with that quiet. America would never be the same. And neither would Elvis Presley. The network had been taken. The culture had been reshaped. The name that had been whispered in roadhouses and dance halls from Memphis to Shreveport was now spoken in every living room, every classroom, every church hall, every place where people gathered and had opinions about the world and what was happening to it. 50 years from now, 100 years from now, when historians of American culture look back at the moment when the post-war consensus began to crack and the modern world began to take the shape we now inhabit, they will find 1956. They will find a 21-year-old in Memphis, moving through recording studios and television sound stages and movie sets and back again to the small room where it all started. They will find the voice. They will find the hips. They will find the 60 million people watching on a Sunday night in September. They will find Elvis. Chapter 5. Hollywood and the Draft, 1957 to 1960. The year is 1957, and America is dreaming in widescreen. Hollywood has discovered something that radio stations and record labels already know, that there is a young man from Memphis who does not merely perform but transforms. Every room he enters shifts in temperature. Every camera that finds his face discovers something it has never quite seen before. And so, as the snow falls softly over the hills of Beverly Hills, and the palm trees sway in the warm California breeze, Elvis Aaron Presley arrives in Los Angeles with his guitar, his managers, and a contract that will change the shape of American popular culture forever. He is 22 years old. He has been famous for less than 2 years. And he is about to learn that fame is not a single thing. It is a series of doors, each one opening into a larger, stranger room. The first of these rooms is a soundstage. It smells of sawdust and electrical cables, and the faint chemical sweetness of movie makeup. It is a place of illusion, of constructed reality, and Elvis walks into it with the same electric curiosity he brought to Sun Studio just 3 years earlier, when a young man who wanted to sound like nobody else walked up to a microphone and changed everything. He has always been a quick study. He has always absorbed his surroundings, filtered them through something deep and personal within him, and returned them to the world transformed. Hollywood will be no different. His debut film, Love Me Tender, had already been released the previous year in November of 1956, and the title alone had sent teenage girls across America into rapturous anticipation. The film itself was a black and white western, modest in its ambitions, set in the aftermath of the Civil War, and Elvis played Clint Reno, the youngest of 4 brothers, a man caught between love and loyalty and the grinding machinery of history. It was not a complex role. The critics were not particularly kind. But none of that mattered, because when Elvis appeared on that screen, when that face filled the theater from wall to wall, something electric passed through the audience that no critic's pen could diminish or contain. The film grossed over $4 million. The title song, released before the film opened, sold over 1 million copies in advance. Hollywood, which had seen every kind of phenomenon the American century had to offer, quietly took note. Now, in 1957, the machine is turning in earnest. Paramount Pictures has Elvis under contract, and the studio's vision for him is ambitious. They see in him something they have not quite seen since the early days of Marlon Brando or James Dean, a physical presence so naturally cinematic that the camera itself seems to love him, to seek out the angles of his face with an almost tender devotion. But unlike Brando or Dean, Elvis comes without the complications of the method, without the brooding artistic self-importance that could slow a production and unsettle a director. Elvis is professional. Elvis is punctual. Elvis is, by every account of those who worked with him during these years, unfailingly polite. He calls his directors sir. He learns his lines. He arrives on set early, and he sits in his chair and watches and learns, the way he once watched the gospel singers at the First Assembly of God Church in Tupelo, absorbing every movement, every nuance, filing it all away in that remarkable internal library that would one day pour back out of him in ways no one could fully predict. The film they are making is called Loving You, and it is, in its way, a story about Elvis Presley without being about Elvis Presley at all. He plays Dickie Rivers, a young truck driver discovered by a press agent and pushed somewhat reluctantly toward stardom. There is something almost painfully autobiographical in the premise, though Elvis himself rarely speaks of it in those terms. He is too careful for that, too protective of the space between his private self and his public image. But those who watch him closely on set notice the way certain scenes settle into him differently, the way his eyes carry a weight in particular moments that goes beyond the requirements of the script. His mother, Gladys, is on set for much of the filming. This is not unusual. Gladys Presley goes where Elvis goes, or as close to it as he can arrange. The bond between them is one of the defining facts of Elvis's emotional life, a love so deep and mutual and all-encompassing that those around them sometimes describe it as almost a single entity split between two bodies. She worries about him constantly. She has always worried about him, from the days in Tupelo when they were so poor that the worry had an immediate practical quality, worry about food, about warmth, about the landlord's patience, to these strange new days in which her son's face is on the cover of every magazine in America, and she worries about something she cannot quite name, something formless and vast, the danger that comes not from poverty but from the opposite of it. Gladys watches her son on that Hollywood soundstage, and she is proud. She is fiercer in her pride than she is in anything else. But there is something in her eyes in those months that those who knew her well would later remember with a kind of retrospective sorrow. As if some part of her already understands what is coming, even before any of it has been arranged or decided or announced. But that is later. In 1957, the world is still bright and full of possibility, and Elvis Presley is making movies and recording music and selling out concerts and proving week after week that the phenomenon is not a flash. It is a fire. Loving You is released in July of 1957, and it is followed almost immediately by the film that many will come to regard as his finest piece of acting, Jailhouse Rock. If Loving You is a gentle introduction to Elvis as a cinematic presence, Jailhouse Rock is something far more complex, far darker, and far more revealing. He plays Vince Everett, a young man who kills someone in a barroom brawl and goes to prison, where he learns to play guitar and emerges from incarceration as a rock and roll star. It is a role that requires Elvis to portray something he has never quite shown on screen before: genuine moral ambiguity. Vince Everett is not a good man, or not simply a good man. He is selfish and volatile and capable of cruelty, and Elvis inhabits him with a conviction that surprises critics and audiences alike. The choreography sequence that accompanies the title song becomes one of the most iconic moments in the history of American film. It is shot on a constructed prison set, a landscape of metal and shadow, and Elvis moves through it with a physicality that is simultaneously raw and choreographed, spontaneous and precise. He worked with the choreographer Alex Romero to develop the sequence, but by most accounts, much of what ends up on screen is Elvis himself, his instincts, his sense of rhythm, his understanding that the body can say things that words cannot reach. He does not dance the way trained dancers dance. He dances the way a man dances when the music has entered him completely, and there is no longer any difference between the sound and the person making it. The film opens in October of 1957, and it is a triumph. The title song goes to #1 in the United States and in numerous countries abroad. The film does remarkable business at the box office. And Elvis Presley, who began the year as a music phenomenon making his first uncertain steps into film, ends it as something new, a genuine movie star, a cultural force with reach and ambition that extends far beyond the confines of any single medium. He is 22 years old, and he is, by any reasonable measure, on top of the world. The house on Audubon Drive in Memphis, where the Presleys have been living since Elvis's fortune began to accumulate in earnest, is no longer adequate for the scale of their life. Fans congregate outside it at all hours, pressing against the fence, calling Elvis's name, leaving notes and flowers and declarations of love in handwriting that runs from the careful to the frantic. The neighbors, initially charmed by the novelty of living beside a celebrity, have grown less patient. There have been complaints. There have been conversations with lawyers. And so, in March of 1957, Elvis purchases a house on Bellevue Boulevard in Memphis, a place called Graceland. The name was given to the property by its previous owners, named Grace, and it is a name that will come to mean something far larger than any of them can yet imagine. The house sits on 13.8 acres of land in the Whitehaven area of Memphis, a colonial revival mansion with white-columned grandeur and a kind of stately remove from the world that Elvis has been yearning for without quite knowing it. Here, behind the gates that he will have installed almost immediately, he can be something other than Elvis Presley, the phenomenon. He can be Elvis Presley, the son, the friend, the young man from Tupelo who is still, in some essential and undiminished way, figuring out who he is. He moves in with his parents and begins immediately to remake the house in his own image. The renovations are extensive and, to traditional tastes, startling. There will be a music room and a television room and a pool out back. And eventually, over the years to come, the interiors will evolve into something that defies easy categorization, something that is simultaneously grand and intimate, extravagant and homely, the dream of a boy who grew up with very little and now has everything, and is determined to make that everything feel like something. Graceland is never quite a mansion, in the way that the word implies cold formality. It is, from the very first days, a home, a lived-in, loved-in, complicated home. Gladys loves it and hates it too. She loves the space and the quiet, and the fact that her son can sleep without strangers pressing against the windows. But she misses East Tupelo, in ways she cannot always articulate. She misses the small-scale familiarity of a life lived close to the ground, where neighbors were known by name, and the world did not feel quite so large or quite so fast. At Graceland she plants a garden, and raises chickens and tries to make the extraordinary ordinary, and sometimes she succeeds, and sometimes the sheer scale of what her son has become crashes back over her like a wave, and she sits quietly in whatever room she has found for herself and holds her worry the way she once held her Bible, close and with faith, and with the persistent fear that faith alone might not be enough. The third film arrives at the end of the year. King Creole begins production in January of 1958, and it is different from anything Elvis has done before. Based on a novel by Harold Robbins, adapted by the screenwriters Herbert Baker and Michael V. Gazzo, and directed by Michael Curtiz, the same man who directed Casablanca 15 years earlier, it is a film with genuine dramatic ambition. Elvis plays Danny Fisher, a young man in New Orleans caught between the legitimate world and the criminal one, a singer who becomes entangled with a powerful gangster and the women in the gangster's orbit. It is a role of real complexity, requiring not just physical charisma, but emotional depth, the ability to convey interior conflict in the subtle language of the face and the body rather than the broad declarations of simpler storytelling. New Orleans itself is a gift to the production. The city breathes its own atmosphere into everything. The narrow streets of the French Quarter, the slow heat that settles over the Mississippi like a living thing, the mingling of sounds and smells and histories that give New Orleans its particular and irreplaceable character. Elvis moves through it with visible pleasure. He has always responded to place, to the specific textures of a location, and New Orleans speaks to something in him. The musical history, the tradition of performance, the sense that this is a city where music is not entertainment but necessity, not a luxury but the very air of the place. Those who work with him on King Creole are, almost uniformly, impressed. Michael Curtiz, a director of legendary demanding standards, speaks well of Elvis's professionalism and his instincts. Walter Matthau, who plays the villain Maxie Fields, acknowledges his co-star's surprising depth. There is a sense, among those who watch the rushes each evening in the screening room, that something significant is happening, that Elvis Presley, given the right material and the right direction, might become not just a music star who acts, but an actor of genuine consequence. It is a possibility that will not, in the end, be given the chance to fully develop. Because the world, which has been arranging itself around Elvis's extraordinary trajectory, is about to intervene in a way that no manager or studio executive or Colonel Tom Parker can negotiate around. The United States Army has sent Elvis Presley a draft notice. The notice arrives in December of 1957, and its contents are, in their bureaucratic plainness, almost surreal against the backdrop of the life they are interrupting. Private Elvis Aaron Presley is hereby informed that his services are required. He is to report for induction. The machinery of military obligation, which grinds forward with complete indifference to fame or record sales or box office receipts, has found him. The reaction is immediate and international. Teenage girls write letters to their congressmen. Petitions circulate. A Kentucky state senator suggests that Elvis might serve the country better as an entertainer than as a soldier. The Army itself receives thousands of pieces of correspondence, running the full range of human emotion from desperate pleading to outraged patriotism. Everyone, it seems, has a strong opinion about what should happen to Elvis Presley. Colonel Tom Parker, for his part, immediately grasps the public relations dimensions of the situation with the shrewdness that has always characterized his management of Elvis's career. A star who serves his country, who trades his sequined jackets for army fatigues without complaint, who submits himself to the same obligations as every other young American man. That star emerges from service not diminished but elevated, his image purified of the dangerous sexuality that has made him a target for critics and parents and clergymen, burnished with the clean American virtues of duty and sacrifice and patriotic humility. Parker sees the chessboard clearly, and he moves his pieces accordingly. But for Elvis himself, the draft is not a public relations opportunity. It is a rupture. It is the first time since he walked into Sun's studio that the direction of his life has been determined by something entirely outside his control, and the disorientation is real and private, and not something he speaks about publicly with any great candor. He is, as he has always been in moments of difficulty, outwardly composed, gracious to reporters, respectful in his public statements about his willingness to serve, careful not to position himself as above the obligations of ordinary citizenship. But those close to him understand that behind the composure there is something more complicated. There is also genuine worry about his mother. Gladys Presley has not been well. The anxiety that has always been part of her nature has deepened in recent years, shadowed by health problems that her doctors are managing, but that refuse to resolve. She drinks more than she used to, quietly, privately, in the way that some people turn to alcohol when the world has grown too large and too fast, and the only relief available is chemical. She has put on weight. She tires easily. She is 52 years old, and she looks, to those who knew her in the Tupelo years, older than that. And now her son, the center of her world, the axis around which everything else in her life has revolved for as long as she can remember, is going away. Is being taken away. To Germany, as it will turn out. To a place as far from Memphis as she can quite bring herself to imagine. Elvis requests and receives a deferment of 60 days to complete King Creole, and in that time he pours himself into the work with an intensity that those around him read as both professional dedication and something more personal. A man sealing himself against an approaching winter, storing warmth against the cold to come. The film wraps in March of 1958. It will be released in July while Elvis is already gone, and it will be received as his finest work, the fullest realization of what he might have become if the circumstances of his life had bent differently. On the 24th of March, 1958, Elvis Aaron Presley reports for induction at the Memphis Draft Board. The press is there in force, of course. Cameras and flashbulbs and reporters with notebooks, the whole machinery of celebrity documentation arranged to capture this moment of democratic leveling, the king submitting to the common obligation. Elvis submits with grace. He submits, perhaps, with something approaching relief, the relief of a young man who has been carrying an extraordinary weight for several years and who understands in some quiet part of himself that the army might offer what his life has not recently allowed. The experience of being ordinary, of being one among many, of measuring himself not against the impossible standard of his own legend, but against the simple requirements of daily duty. He is sent to Fort Hood in Texas for basic training, and then for armored training, and the army processes him with magnificent democratic indifference. His fellow trainees cannot treat him as Elvis Presley the icon. They treat him as Presley the new recruit, which means they treat him exactly as new recruits have always been treated, which is to say, with a comprehensive and systematic dismantling of any prior identity. His hair is cut. His sideburns are gone. He wears the same uniform as every other man in his unit, and he does the same exercises, and he complains about the same indignities, and in the process of all of this, something in him relaxes in ways it has not relaxed for years. He is good at it, too. He applies himself to soldiering the way he has applied himself to everything, with total focus, with a determination to be genuinely competent rather than merely adequate, with the pride of a man whose father worked hard, and whose mother prayed hard, and who understands in his bones that the quality of your effort is the truest measure of your character. He qualifies as a sharpshooter. He earns the respect of his commanding officers. He becomes, in the eyes of the army, not Elvis Presley's problem to manage, but the army's asset to develop, and the institution is quietly pleased with what it has. But the personal world does not pause for the military calendar. In August of 1958, while Elvis is still at Fort Hood, Gladys Presley is hospitalized in Memphis. The official diagnosis is a heart attack, though her health has been deteriorating for some time in ways that make the heart attack less a sudden catastrophe than the culmination of a longer decline. Elvis is granted emergency leave and rushes to Memphis, and he sits beside his mother's bed at Methodist Hospital with a desperation that those who witnessed it never quite forget. This young man who has faced the screaming adoration of 50,000 people without flinching, undone entirely by the sight of his mother lying still and pale in a hospital bed. He goes home to Graceland to sleep. And in the early morning hours of the 14th of August, 1958, while Elvis sleeps the exhausted sleep of a person who has been holding themselves together through sheer force of will, Gladys Love Presley dies. She is 46 years old. The grief that takes Elvis in the days that follow is absolute and unconcealed. He wails at the funeral home. He falls across the coffin. He weeps in a way that has nothing to do with performance or public image. Raw animal grief. The grief of a man who has lost the person who was, in the most literal emotional sense, his other half. Friends and family and members of his circle will speak about this grief for decades, because it is the most unguarded any of them have ever seen him, the one moment in which the careful management of his public self falls away entirely, and what remains is simply a son who has lost his mother. The world is, by its usual rough standards, kind about it. Condolences arrive from around the globe. President Eisenhower's office sends a telegram. Fans hold vigils. But Elvis himself is beyond the reach of the world's kindness in those days. He is somewhere private and unreachable. Somewhere the cameras and the telegrams and the expressions of sympathy cannot enter. He returns to duty. He has no choice. And perhaps in some sense duty is what saves him. The Army's pitiless requirement that he continue, that he function, that he perform the daily mechanics of soldiering regardless of what the weather is like inside his chest. In September of 1958, his unit receives its orders. They are being deployed to Freiburg, West Germany. Elvis Presley is going to Europe. The departure is a spectacle. Hundreds of fans converge on the Brooklyn Army Terminal to see him off, a crowd that reflects in miniature the scale of the world's investment in this young man's life. He boards the USS General Randall in his Army uniform, and he stands at the railing and waves, and the girls on the dock scream his name with an intensity that seems almost to transcend its object, as if they are screaming not merely for him, but for everything he represents, all the feeling and the freedom and the electric present tenseness of their young lives that has somehow, in the course of these remarkable few years, attached itself to this one person. Germany greets him with cold autumn air and the particular organized efficiency of the post-war Federal Republic, a country that is still, just 13 years after the end of the Second World War, in the process of reconstructing its identity and its relationship to its own recent past. Elvis is stationed near Freiburg, in the state of Hesse, and he throws himself into the work with the same focused competence he demonstrated at Fort Hood. He serves in the 3rd Armored Division. He drives a jeep. He goes on maneuvers in cold fields. He is promoted, first to private first class, then to specialist fourth class, then to sergeant. He earns his stripes in the literal sense, and the Army, which had initially viewed his presence as a potential complication, comes to regard him simply as a good soldier. He rents a house in Bad Nauheim, a spa town near the base, for himself and his father Vernon and his grandmother Minnie May. He will not live in the barracks. He is drawing his private's pay, which Colonel Parker has insisted he accept, rather than take the special entertainment duty that the Army offered, and that would have allowed him to continue performing. But he accommodates himself to the rhythms of military life with a discipline that surprises observers who expected the rock and roll star to chafe against its constraints. The house in Bad Nauheim becomes, in its way, a small piece of Memphis transplanted to the German countryside. There are always people around, fellow soldiers he has befriended, members of his circle who have made the journey to Germany, fans who appear at the gate with the same persistent devotion they have always shown. He maintains the social architecture of his American life, the protective circle of friends and family, the constant managed company that keeps solitude, which Elvis has never found comfortable, at bay. And then, one afternoon in the autumn of 1959, at a party given by an Army captain named Curry Grant, Elvis Presley meets a 14-year-old girl named Priscilla Beaulieu. She is the daughter, stepdaughter technically, of a United States Air Force officer, Captain Joseph Beaulieu, stationed at Wiesbaden Air Base. She is dark-haired and blue-eyed and possessed of a self-possession that, in someone so young, is remarkable. Not boldness exactly, but a quality of stillness, of watching and understanding, that sets her apart from the other young women at the party who have come hoping to meet Elvis and who are, in the manner of the situation, nervous about it. Priscilla Beaulieu is not precisely nervous. She is 14 years old, and she is nervous, but she does not show it. And that composure, that quality of holding herself together under pressure, is one of the first things Elvis notices. They talk all evening. He plays the piano for her, and they sit together. And later he will say that he felt, almost immediately, that she was different from the people who usually orbited his life, that she was genuinely herself rather than a version of herself constructed for his benefit, and that in the strange contained world he inhabits, genuine selfhood is rarer and more precious than almost anything else. He asks if he can see her again. She says yes. The relationship that develops over the months that follow is, by the standards of the era, and perhaps by any standards, unusual. He is 24 years old. She is 14. These are facts that the world around them acknowledges, but does not, in that particular time and place, regard as the obstacle they would constitute today. Captain Beaulieu, when Elvis requests permission to spend time with Priscilla, gives it with conditions. She must be home by certain hours, she must be accompanied at certain times, the proprieties must be observed. And Elvis observes them, with what those who witness the relationship describe as genuine care for Priscilla's well-being, genuine concern for how she is treated and protected and regarded. He visits her at her home. He calls her on the telephone. He introduces her to his father, to his grandmother, to the inner circle of his world. And Priscilla, who is young enough to have the particular clarity of the young, the ability to see things without the complications that experience and cynicism deposit over the years, moves through all of this with a seriousness that matches his own. She is not dazzled in the way that most people are dazzled by Elvis Presley. Or rather, she is dazzled, but the dazzlement does not obscure her perception. She sees him clearly, sees the contradictions and the loneliness and the grandeur and the sadness, in the way that the people closest to us always see us most accurately. For Elvis, Priscilla represents something that he has rarely encountered in his adult life, a relationship that exists outside the machinery of his celebrity. She does not want something from him, in the way that almost everyone else wants something from him. She is not a fan exactly, or not only a fan. She is a person who is genuinely interested in the person he is rather than the phenomenon he represents, and in the emotional landscape of 1959 and 1960, in the long aftermath of his mother's death, in the strange suspended existence of his military service, this is more valuable than he can quite express. He tells her about Gladys. He talks about his mother in ways that he does not talk about her to most people, with the specific texture of real grief rather than the managed public acknowledgement of it. Priscilla listens. She is young enough to listen without imposing her own experience on his. And Elvis, who has spent most of his life performing for people, finds in this listening a quality of rest that he has been without for a long time. The months in Germany pass. The seasons change. The Cold War hums in the background. Soviet tanks and American anxiety, and the particular tension of a divided continent. And Elvis Presley drives his Jeep through the German countryside, and plays piano in the evenings, and calls Priscilla on the telephone and waits, with the patience of a man who has learned that waiting is simply the texture of certain kinds of time, for the orders that will send him home. Those orders come in the late winter of 1960. He is to be discharged on the 2nd of March. He will return to Memphis, to Graceland, to the career that has been paused in his absence, but that Colonel Parker has kept carefully warm through the strategic release of recordings and the maintenance of Elvis's name in the public consciousness. He will return to the United States as a different man than the one who boarded the USS General Randall in 1958, older, steadier, grief-carrying, and yet grief-tempered, the wild urgency of his early years sanded down by Army discipline into something more controlled, more considered, more complicated. On the day of his departure from West Germany, Priscilla Beaulieu comes to the airport to say goodbye. She has arranged it carefully, has asked her stepfather's permission, has dressed with the care of someone who understands that this is a moment that matters, that will be remembered. She stands in the cold air of the German winter and watches Elvis in his sergeant's uniform, surrounded as always by the people who travel with him. And she is 14 years old, and she is saying goodbye to a 25-year-old man who has, in the course of the last several months, become the most important person in her world. He tells her he will see her again. He says this with the directness that is characteristic of him when he means something genuinely. Not the performer's easy charm, but the quiet, level certainty of a man stating a fact about his own intentions. He will see her again. He does not know exactly when or exactly how, but the when and the how are details, and the essential thing, the thing that is not a detail, is that Priscilla Beaulieu has entered his life in a way that is permanent. The plane takes off. Germany falls away below. The Atlantic opens its gray winter expanse beneath the aircraft's wings. And Elvis Presley flies home. He is 25 years old. He has survived the draft, survived the loss of his mother, survived 2 years of exile from the career that defines him. He carries all of it with him. the grief and the discipline, and the German winter, and the blue eyes of a 14-year-old girl standing in an airport with her chin held up and her composure intact, watching him go. America is waiting. The music is waiting. The films and the tours and the extraordinary, complicated, brilliant remainder of his life are all waiting, arranged ahead of him in the particular way that destiny arranges itself. Not as a clear path, but as a landscape, vast and various and impossible to see whole, only traversable one step at a time. Elvis Presley steps off the plane at Fort Dix, New Jersey, on the 2nd of March 1960, and the cameras are there, and the crowds are there, and the world leans in to see what the Army has done with its most famous private, and what it sees is a man. Not a boy, not the raw phenomenon of 1956, but a man, with something in his eyes that was not there before. A depth. A weight. The particular quality of someone who has been tested by real things and has not been broken by them. He smiles for the cameras, because he has always known how to smile for the cameras, because that particular skill was forged in him so long ago that it is now simply part of who he is. But behind the smile, in the steady dark eyes of Elvis Aaron Presley, there is everything the last 2 years have deposited there. His mother's face, the German winter, the army sergeant's stripes, the piano in Bad Nauheim, and Priscilla, always Priscilla, standing in that airport with the cold air moving her hair and her composure perfectly, heartbreakingly intact. He has come home. The story is not over. In many ways, the deepest and most consequential chapters are still ahead. But this chapter, this particular passage from the bright certainty of 1957 to the complex, grief-shadowed wisdom of 1960, has shaped him in ways that will be visible in everything he does from this point forward. The music he will make, the films he will live through, the choices he will navigate, the love he will pursue across an ocean and a decade, all of it carries the mark of these years. He is home. And America, which has been waiting, opens its arms. Chapter 6. The Silver Screen Wilderness, 1961 to 1967. The last echoes of the concert hall had barely faded before the machinery took over. It was not a sudden severance, nothing so clean or deliberate as that. It was more like a slow tide, pulling him away from the shoreline he had always known, drawing him out into deeper, stranger water where the rules were different and the footing uncertain. Elvis Presley had spent the better part of 5 years setting stages on fire, commanding rooms with nothing more than a curled lip and a restless hip, turning the simple act of standing before a microphone into something that felt like the edge of a revolution. He had done it in school gymnasiums and county fairgrounds, in television studios and arenas that swelled with sound until the walls themselves seemed to breathe. He had done it with a rawness that no amount of management or marketing could fully contain, because that rawness was not a performance, it was a condition. And then, by degrees, the stages went quiet. The decision had not been entirely his. Colonel Tom Parker, the man who had orchestrated Elvis's ascent with the precision of a chess grandmaster and the instincts of a carnival barker, had looked at the entertainment landscape of the early 1960s and made a calculation. Hollywood was where the money ran deepest. Hollywood was where an entertainer could be multiplied, pressed into celluloid, and shipped to every corner of the world simultaneously, generating revenue not from one night in one city but from thousands of screens burning all at once. The logic was sound, even if the soul of it was cold. Elvis would make films. Many films. More films than any reasonable person might consider wise. He would sing in them, naturally, because that was the engine that drove the whole machine. But the songs would be chosen by studio committees and packaged into soundtrack albums designed to move units rather than move hearts. He would play characters, affable, good-natured characters who raced cars and romanced beautiful women, and resolved their troubles within 90 pleasant minutes. He would be, in the language of the industry, a product. The first years of this arrangement had not been without their genuine pleasures. Blue Hawaii arrived in 1961 like a postcard from a dream, sun-soaked and sweetly lit, filmed among the swaying palms and turquoise waters of the Hawaiian Islands, and Elvis inhabited it with a charm that was entirely his own. He played Chad Gates, a young man returning from military service to the lush paradise of his home, and the character fit him the way a well-cut jacket fits a man who was born to wear it. There was no great dramatic weight to carry, no shadows to navigate, no complexity that required digging, but Elvis brought warmth and ease to the role, and the audiences responded with unmistakable affection. The film was a phenomenon. It earned more than $4 million in its first run and lodged itself in the cultural imagination with the effortless persistence of a melody you cannot stop humming. The soundtrack album climbed to the top of the charts and stayed there for weeks, its gentle island rhythms and languid love songs becoming the unofficial score of a particular American fantasy, the fantasy of escape, of warmth, of a world without complication. For a moment, it must have felt like discovery rather than diminishment. But the studios drew the wrong lesson from the film's success. What they saw when they looked at Blue Hawaii was a formula, and formulas, once discovered, are never used sparingly. They saw exotic location, handsome star, pleasant songs, light romance, and they began to assemble these elements with the mechanical confidence of men who believed that repeating a pattern was the same as understanding it. The nuances that had made the film work, Elvis's genuine ease, the visual richness of the Hawaiian setting, the coherence of the story, were treated as interchangeable parts rather than specific gifts. What followed was not so much a body of creative work as it was a production line. Girls, Girls, Girls in 1962. Fun in Acapulco in 1963. Kissin' Cousins in 1964. Girl Happy and Tickle Me in 1965. The titles arrived with the regularity of quarterly reports, and they carried within them the slightly desperate cheerfulness of entertainments designed not to challenge but to soothe, not to illuminate but to distract. Each one required Elvis to appear on camera, deliver his lines with good humor, and sing whatever the producers had determined would fill the soundtrack. He did this. He did it professionally, punctually, and with far less complaint than the situation might have warranted. He was, by the accounts of nearly everyone who worked with him during these years, genuinely pleasant to be around, courteous to crew members, patient with co-stars, willing to repeat scenes until the director was satisfied. The discipline he had developed during those early years of relentless touring had not abandoned him. He showed up. He did the work. But something was happening beneath the surface of all that professional compliance, something that could not be entirely concealed even by the bright costumes and the sunlit cinematography and the cheerful melodies that floated through every third scene. Elvis Presley was being slowly separated from himself. The songs told a part of the story. In the years before Hollywood had consumed his schedule, Elvis had recorded music that reached for something, that stretched toward emotion and experience with the urgency of a man who understood that a great performance is a form of truth. He had cut records that made people feel recognized, that gave voice to longing and joy and heartbreak in ways that crossed every line of class and region the culture had drawn. The early Sun sessions with Sam Phillips carried a raw, spiritual electricity that no amount of technical polish could replicate. The work he had done at RCA in those first explosive years contained performances that musicians and producers would study for decades, not because they were perfect in any conventional sense, but because they were alive in a way that most recordings never achieve. Elvis had understood, in the marrow of his being, that a song is not merely a vehicle for information but a vessel for feeling, and he had poured himself into those vessels with a recklessness that bordered on abandon. The soundtrack songs required something different. They required him to sing about beach parties and dancing, and girls in bikinis and sports cars on coastal roads. And while there is no inherent shame in light entertainment, the sheer accumulation of it, song after song, album after album, year after year, began to create a distance between the singer and the material that grew wider with each passing season. The producers would bring him into the studio with 12 or 14 songs already selected. Songs written to fit the parameters of the film, rather than the parameters of his voice or his feeling, and he would record them with professional efficiency and carry them into the world like a man delivering packages he had not packed. The music was not dishonest exactly. Elvis never sang without some portion of his gift engaged, but it was thin in ways that his best work had never been thin. It occupied space without filling it. The films themselves grew thinner alongside the music. By 1964, the assembly line quality of the productions had become difficult to ignore. Budgets were allocated with the frugality of men who believed the audience would accept whatever was offered, because the star's name was sufficient drawing power. Scripts arrived with characters who bore a family resemblance to one another: the rakish charmer, the reluctant romantic, the good-hearted rebel who never truly rebels, and plots that moved from point to point with the predictability of a theme park ride. Directors were not chosen for their artistic vision, but for their efficiency, their ability to bring the picture in on schedule and on budget, to extract from Elvis the minimum necessary to make the enterprise function without demanding the maximum of what he might have given. The cinematography grew perfunctory. The supporting casts, while often populated with capable actors, were rarely given material that allowed them to breathe. Elvis noticed. He was never a man who disguised his feelings with perfect smoothness, and in the confidences he shared with friends and the musicians who worked beside him, the dissatisfaction surfaced plainly. He had wanted, in those early Hollywood years, to be a serious actor. He had studied James Dean with the attentiveness of a student who believes that what he is studying is his own future. He had watched Marlon Brando with something close to reverence, had absorbed the principle that performance is not declamation but discovery, that the best actors find the truth of a character not through technique alone, but through some deeper willingness to be present in the fiction. Before the machine took hold, when he made King Creole in 1958 under the direction of Michael Curtiz, he had touched something genuine, a darkness and a complexity that suggested the actor he might have become if the circumstances had been different. Director Hal Wallace, who had overseen that production, believed Elvis had real dramatic potential. Even the critics who had spent the preceding years treating him as a phenomenon to be explained, rather than a talent to be evaluated, had noted with something approaching surprise that the young man could actually act. That version of Elvis Presley, the actor reaching for gravity and complexity, had been largely set aside by the time the 1960s were fully underway. The industry had decided he was more valuable as a charming presence in lightweight entertainments, and the Colonel had agreed, and the machinery of commerce had produced the inevitable result. The contradiction created a particular kind of tension, not explosive, not dramatic, but persistent and accumulating. Elvis was a man of profound spiritual feeling, a man who had grown up saturated in the music of the black church and the white Pentecostal congregation, who had felt the presence of something beyond the ordinary in the act of making music, who had wept in recording studios and prayer meetings with an equal and genuine openness. He was a man who loved deeply and suffered fully and carried within him a complexity of character that the two-dimensional figures of his films could not contain. To stand day after day on sound stages, dressed in cheerful costumes, singing cheerful songs, and playing cheerful men who moved through cheerful plots, it was not a life that nourished what was deepest in him. He ate. The patterns that would become more pronounced in later years were already establishing themselves quietly in the mid-1960s, the relationship with food taking on a compensatory quality, the body expanding slightly as the spirit contracted. He relied on a core group of friends who traveled with him everywhere, and whom the press had taken to calling the Memphis Mafia, a group of loyal, protective men who had known him before the fame transformed the landscape of his daily life, who could speak to him without the elaborate performance of deference that surrounded him in professional settings. Their presence was a genuine comfort. They played touch football on private lots and watched movies late into the night in the private screening rooms Elvis rented, because going to a public theater had long since become impossible, and they kept alive around him some version of the normalcy he had left behind in Tupelo and Memphis. But they could not give him back what the films were taking. Viva Las Vegas arrived in 1964 with an energy that briefly threatened to break the pattern. Anne Margaret, electric, talented, a performer of extraordinary physical presence and musical instincts, met Elvis on the set and generated with him a chemistry so vivid that it practically altered the atmospheric pressure of every scene they shared. They were recognizably alike, these two. Both children of the stage, both possessed of an animal vitality and performance that transcended the mechanics of film acting, both capable of filling the frame with something that no director had put there. The film that resulted was livelier than most of what surrounded it in Elvis's filmography. Faster, more genuinely funny in places, more willing to let its two stars actually perform rather than merely occupy the screen. The musical sequences crackled with the kind of electricity that Elvis had once generated, as a matter of course, before the formulas had settled around him like a slow sediment. The Colonel, characteristically, did not view the chemistry between Elvis and Anne Margaret as an artistic asset to be cultivated. He viewed it as a potential complication, a distraction from the management of his primary investment, and he ensured that their subsequent collaboration was limited. Anne Margaret went on to build a career of considerable range and longevity. Elvis returned to the assembly line. The mid-1960s were years of seismic cultural transformation that must have made the distance between Elvis and the world he had helped create feel immense. The Beatles had arrived on American shores in February 1964 with a force that no amount of prior preparation could have made fully predictable, and in their wake came a tide of British and American artists who were working in forms that drew directly from the wells Elvis had helped locate. The blues traditions, the gospel energy, the sexual frankness of rhythm and blues, but who were applying to those materials an intellectual and social ambition that the entertainment industry of the early 1960s had not anticipated. Bob Dylan was writing songs that functioned as literature. The Rolling Stones were carrying the rawness of the Chicago blues into arenas. The Beatles themselves were evolving at a speed that seemed barely compatible with ordinary time, moving from the clean pleasures of their early singles toward the conceptual ambitions of Rubber Soul and Revolver with a restlessness that redefined what popular music was permitted to be. Elvis watched this from a remove. He was not ignorant of what was happening. He listened, he absorbed, he admired specific artists with specific and considered enthusiasm. He loved Roy Hamilton and Mahalia Jackson and Billy Eckstine. He paid close attention to what was emerging around him. But the contract schedule that governed his professional life left him no room to respond, no space to redirect his energies toward material that might have engaged him at the level where the best music was actually being made. He was committed to films through the mid-decade and beyond, and each film required its soundtrack, and the soundtrack formula had been established and was not being revised. Meanwhile, his chart presence, which had once been so dominant as to seem less like commercial performance and more like a natural law, began to erode. Not catastrophically, not all at once, but steadily, in the way that a shoreline erodes under the patient work of weather. The singles from the soundtrack albums charted with decreasing frequency and decreasing heights. The audience that had once pressed against every barrier to reach him was diffusing, redirecting its devotion toward the newer voices that were speaking to the new moment. This was not a disgrace. Popular music has always moved in currents, and the emergence of new artists does not diminish what came before them. But for a man who had known what it felt like to stand at the absolute center of the cultural moment, the sensation of being moved toward the margins was not nothing. It was, in fact, considerable. The films continued. Spin Out in 1966. Easy Come, Easy Go in 1967. The titles blur slightly into one another, as titles do when the works they represent are assembled from identical components. The audiences continued to attend because Elvis's name still carried gravity, still promised a particular kind of pleasure, the pleasure of looking at him, of hearing his voice, of spending an hour and a half in the company of a man who had once made the world feel as though it might crack open and reveal something new beneath the surface. But the grosses declined, and the critical indifference deepened, and within the industry the consensus began to form that the formula had been exhausted, that the machine had produced what it was capable of producing, and was now producing diminishing returns. There were moments of genuine music scattered through even these fallow years. In 1966, he recorded an album of sacred songs called How Great Thou Art that represented something entirely different from the soundtrack material, a genuine reaching toward the spiritual sources that had always fed him, a recording session in which he brought to the studio the full weight of his feeling and his faith and his voice. The album won him his first Grammy Award, which was fitting, because it was among the most honest things he had made in years. It reminded anyone who needed reminding that the instrument was still there, still capable of extraordinary things when it was given material worthy of it. But such moments existed at the edges of a life that was increasingly defined by its constraints. By 1967, the arrangement had ground itself down to something that satisfied almost no one. The films were earning less. The soundtracks were charting with less frequency. The critics had long since lost interest in analyzing what had become so predictable as to be analytically transparent. Elvis himself, 32 years old and possessed of a restlessness that the professional circumstances had nowhere to go, was living inside the peculiar exhaustion of a man who is both famous and unfulfilled, who has every material provision and none of the creative nourishment that might have made the material provisions feel meaningful rather than merely comfortable. The Colonel had begun, cautiously and characteristically, to survey the situation. Even he, who had committed so thoroughly to the Hollywood model that reversing course must have required swallowing considerable professional pride, could read the numbers with sufficient clarity to understand that something needed to change. The question was not whether the film and soundtrack formula would continue indefinitely. The question was what would replace it, and when. Elvis did not know what was coming. He knew only that something was wrong, in the specific and inarticulate way that a man of genuine gifts knows when those gifts are being used at a fraction of their capacity. He had been built for something, for the stage, for the live encounter with an audience whose energy met his own and produced something neither could have generated alone, for the recording studio when the conditions were right and the material was worthy, and the thing that happened between singer and song was not merely professional but essential. He had been built for the kind of music making that leaves a mark, that changes something in the air of a room, and then carries that change out into the world beyond. The silver screen wilderness had offered him comfort and security and the particular anonymity of constant visibility, of being everywhere and nowhere at once, of being recognized by everyone and truly seen by almost no one. It had taken 7 years of his life and produced a body of work that would be regarded, in time, with a complicated mixture of fondness and regret. Fondness for the voice, which never entirely disappeared. Regret for the potential that had been left dormant in rooms that smelled of studio coffee and sound equipment, and the particular staleness of air that has been recycled through too many identical afternoons. The road back would not be easy or certain. Nothing of real value ever comes back easily or certainly. But somewhere beneath the accumulated weight of the formula films and the committee-selected songs and the years of professional compliance, the original thing was still present, still burning, still insisting, still waiting with the patience of something that knows its own worth. It would not wait forever, but it would wait a little longer. Chapter 7. The 68 Comeback Special. The year is 1968, and America is burning. Not in the poetic, metaphorical sense that writers sometimes reach for when they want to suggest tension or unease, but literally, viscerally, and with an urgency that no one living through those months can quite escape. Martin Luther King Jr. has been assassinated on the balcony of a Memphis motel, a city Elvis knows as intimately as the lines of his own hands. Robert Kennedy has been shot in a Los Angeles hotel kitchen, his body crumpling to the floor just months after he announced his candidacy for the presidency. The Vietnam War grinds on with no end visible, and young men are coming home in flag-draped coffins or not coming home at all. On college campuses, in city streets, in the crowded tenements of urban America, something old and ordered is cracking apart, and something new and unruly is fighting its way through the fissure. Into this world, Elvis Presley is preparing to do something he has not done in 8 years. He is preparing to perform. Not in the comfortable, controlled environment of a soundstage where the camera angles are pre-approved and the dialogue is written by someone else. Not behind the safety of a movie character whose failures and humiliations can be blamed on the script. He is preparing to stand in front of a live audience, in front of television cameras that will carry his image into millions of American homes, and be, simply and terrifyingly, himself. The man. The musician. The artist who once shook the foundation of American popular culture with nothing more than a guitar, a microphone, and the absolute certainty of his own instincts. The road that has led him here is long, and, if he is honest with himself in the quiet hours of the night, more than a little humbling. It had begun with such explosive, world-altering momentum. The boy from Tupelo who arrived in Memphis with nothing but ambition and an ear finely tuned to the collision of black gospel and country music, who walked into Sam Phillips' Sun studio and recorded something that sounded like the future. The early years had been incandescent. The Ed Sullivan appearances, the screaming girls, the moral panic from parents and preachers who recognized in Elvis something genuinely subversive, a loosening of the cultural stays that had been laced so tightly through post-war American life. He had meant something. He had stood for something. The swiveling hips were not merely a physical affectation. They were a declaration, a refusal to conform, a young man's body insisting on its own freedom at a moment when freedom was precisely what the younger generation was desperate to claim. Then came the army, and then came Hollywood, and then came the slow, almost imperceptible drift away from everything that had made him matter. The films had started reasonably enough. King Creole, in 1958, had shown genuine dramatic range, and critics who expected to dismiss the rock and roll phenomenon as a talentless novelty had been surprised by the intelligence and vulnerability Elvis brought to the role. But the films that followed, year after year, formula built upon formula, had settled into a groove so comfortable and so commercially reliable that no one around Elvis had been particularly motivated to push him out of it. Viva Las Vegas, Roustabout, Girl Happy, Spin Out, Frankie and Johnny, Clambake. The titles had accumulated like geological strata, each one depositing another thin layer between Elvis and the raw, unmediated energy he had once possessed. By 1967, Elvis Presley was the star of 3 films a year, and the recording artist responsible for their soundtracks, those sanitized collections of songs with titles designed to evoke fun and sunshine and harmless romantic adventure. Meanwhile, the world of popular music had been transformed almost beyond recognition. The Beatles had arrived, and with them a new standard of artistic seriousness and commercial ambition that made the Hollywood conveyor belt look not merely uncool but somehow dishonest, a betrayal of what music was supposed to mean. Bob Dylan was writing songs that felt like literature. The Rolling Stones were cultivating a menace that made even the early Elvis seem tame by comparison. Jimi Hendrix was doing things with an electric guitar that bordered on the supernatural. And Elvis was singing about clambakes. He knows it. That is the part that makes the knowledge particularly sharp. he is not unaware of his own diminishment. The man who once stood at the absolute center of American popular culture can feel, with the precision of an instrument designed for exactly this measurement, how far from the center he has drifted. He reads the music press occasionally. He watches the television. He is surrounded by people who love him too much to tell him the truth with complete candor, but the truth has a way of arriving regardless. In the charts, in the reviews, in the slight but unmistakable shift in the way people talk about him, present tense and past tense becoming confused with each other, the message is legible to anyone willing to read it. Colonel Tom Parker, Elvis's manager and the architect of both his spectacular rise and his gilded commercial imprisonment, has arranged for a television special to air on NBC in December 1968. In Parker's original conception, it is to be a Christmas special. Elvis in a tuxedo singing holiday standards, a warm and inoffensive piece of seasonal entertainment designed to remind television audiences that Elvis Presley still exists and is still willing to perform for their pleasure. Parker envisions something essentially conservative, a product that carries no risk because it demands nothing. Elvis smiling, Elvis singing familiar songs, the cameras cutting away before anything uncomfortable can occur. Then NBC assigns a producer named Steve Binder to the project, and everything changes. Binder is 31 years old, Los Angeles born, a product of the same cultural moment that has produced the music he admires. He has directed television programs that pushed against the boundaries of what the medium typically permits, and when he is assigned to the Elvis special, he sees not a Christmas program waiting to be filmed, but something far more significant, an opportunity to reintroduce to the American public the real Elvis Presley, the artist who has been buried under years of contractual obligations and commercial calculation. He believes, with a conviction that strikes some of the people around him as naive and strikes others as visionary, that the real Elvis is still in there, that the fire has not gone out, that it only needs the right conditions to flare back into life. His first task is to convince Elvis himself. The initial meetings between Binder and Elvis are careful, circling affairs, two men taking the measure of each other. Elvis has been told what the special is supposed to be, Colonel Parker's Christmas program, safe and unchallenging, and he arrives at these conversations with the wariness of someone who has learned through long experience that creative decisions are rarely his to make. Parker controls the financial architecture of his career with an iron grip, and Elvis, who trusts the Colonel with a loyalty that is partly genuine affection and partly the learned helplessness of a man who has never been required to manage his own affairs, tends to defer to his manager's judgment even when his own instincts are pointing in a different direction. But Binder speaks to Elvis differently than most people do. He does not flatter. He does not manage. He says, with a directness that Elvis finds both startling and oddly refreshing, that this special could be the most important thing Elvis has done since the early days. That it could remind people, remind the world, of what Elvis Presley actually is. That it requires Elvis to stop hiding behind the characters other people have written for him, and simply stand up in front of the cameras and be the musician he was born to be. The question, unspoken but present in every exchange, is whether Elvis still believes that musician exists. Because the doubt is real. It would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. 8 years of Hollywood has done something to Elvis's confidence in his own musical instincts, eroded it in the subtle, patient way that water erodes stone. Not through any single dramatic assault, but through the steady accumulation of small surrenders. Every film where he sang a song he found embarrassing rather than risk a confrontation. Every recording session where he accepted a song chosen by someone else rather than insist on something that genuinely moved him. Every interview where he deflected questions about his artistic ambitions with a self-deprecating smile and a joke. The erosion has been so gradual that it is difficult now to locate the precise moment when it began, and that difficulty is itself a measure of how far it has progressed. Then one afternoon, Binder takes Elvis out of the NBC rehearsal studios and onto the streets of Hollywood. They walk together through the neighborhood, and Binder watches what happens, watches the way people respond to Elvis, the recognition that ignites in their faces, the involuntary shift in posture that his presence produces. And he says to Elvis simply, "Look at this. Look at what you still are to people. Do you understand that no one has replaced you? That no one can? That you are not a figure from the past, but a living artist who has simply been absent, and the absence has been the problem, not the irrelevance?" Whether it is this moment or the accumulation of many such moments, something in Elvis begins to shift. A door that has been closed for a long time begins very slowly to open. The creative team that assembles around the special is the first such team in years to treat Elvis's actual musical tastes as the relevant subject. There is Bones Howe, the sound engineer, who has worked with Elvis before and understands the specific alchemy of his voice. There are the musicians. The core of them are men Elvis knows and trusts, players who understand his musical language and can follow him instinctively when he decides to go somewhere unexpected. There is a choreographer named Claude Thompson working with him on the staged elements. And there are two songwriters, Billy Goldenberg for the scoring, and crucially, Mac Davis and W. Earl Brown, who contribute new material that will prove to be among the most significant music associated with this production. But before any of that fully comes together, before the elaborate production numbers are staged and filmed, there is an afternoon in rehearsal that everyone who is present will remember for the rest of their lives. It happens somewhat spontaneously, the way the most important things often do. Elvis is in the rehearsal space with a small group. Scotty Moore, his original guitarist, the man whose playing was part of the foundational sound of early Elvis, and DJ Fontana, his original drummer. These are the men from the very beginning, the musicians who were there at Sun Studio, who played the Grand Ole Opry dates, who toured the South in the early days when everything was new and nothing was certain and the music felt like it was inventing itself in real time. They begin to play together, informally, without a specific agenda. And something happens in that room. It begins with the loose, exploratory quality that informal jam sessions have, musicians finding each other, testing the temperature, discovering whether the old communication between them still holds. Then it deepens. Elvis starts to sing with an abandon that the people watching him have not witnessed in years, and the musicians respond to it, and the thing between them, the living electrical thing that was always at the heart of early Elvis, and that no one had quite been able to manufacture synthetically in a Hollywood studio, ignites once more. He sings. Not the songs from the movies, not the soundtrack material that has occupied most of his recording time, but the songs that formed him, the old blues, the gospel, the rockabilly that he helped create in a tiny Memphis studio more than a decade ago. He sings with his eyes closed, and his body loose, and his voice finding registers of raw feeling that it has not been asked to reach in longer than he wants to admit. The room becomes very quiet, except for the music. The people watching understand that they are watching something happen that matters. This informal session becomes the conceptual core of what will eventually be called the sit-down show, an intimate in-the-round performance filmed before a small studio audience. Elvis seated on a low stage with his musicians around him, microphone in hand, wearing a black leather suit that has been designed for the special by Bill Ballou. The leather suit is itself a kind of statement, a deliberate visual evocation of the early Elvis, the rockabilly rebel, the young man who wore black because black was the color of cool and rebellion and the refusal to blend in. The filming of the sit-down show takes place over 2 sessions, an afternoon taping and an evening taping. And what is captured during those sessions is extraordinary by any measure. Elvis walks out onto the small stage and sits down, and the audience, which is close enough to reach out and touch him, erupts with an emotion that is more complicated than simple fan enthusiasm. There is in that eruption something almost like relief, the relief of people who have waited a long time for something and were beginning to wonder if it would ever come. And Elvis hears it, feels it, and the hearing and feeling of it seem to do something to him, loosen something in his chest, remind him of something he had perhaps begun to doubt. He talks between songs in a way he has not talked publicly in years, casually, wryly, with a dry humor that has always been part of his personality, but that has been largely invisible in the carefully managed public image of the movie years. He makes jokes about his films that are pointed enough to acknowledge the uncomfortable truth without being self-lacerating. He tells stories. He laughs at himself. He is, for these hours, startlingly, disarmingly present in a way that is entirely different from the polished, managed persona that has been the public face of Elvis Presley for most of the decade. And then he plays. He plays with Scotty Moore and DJ Fontana and the other musicians, and the music they make together in that intimate space has a quality that can be heard clearly in every recording and every piece of footage that survives. The quality of music being made by people who are playing not for cameras or producers or managers, but for each other and for the people in the room, and at some deeper level, for the sheer irreducible joy of the thing itself. That joy has been absent from Elvis's recorded output for a long time. Its return is audible in every note. He sings "That's All Right," the song that started everything, and the audience receives it not as nostalgia but as something alive and present. He sings "Heartbreak Hotel" and "Hound Dog" and the early songs that defined him, and they do not sound like museum pieces. They sound like what they always were. Extraordinary music, music with physical force and emotional directness, and a rhythmic intelligence that no amount of Hollywood softening has been able to permanently extinguish. Between the intimate sessions, the special also includes more elaborate production numbers, staged choreographed sequences that Binder has developed to demonstrate the full range of what Elvis can do. One of these is a boardwalk sequence, a kind of theatrical miniature set in a stylized version of a southern town, where Elvis moves through a scenario involving gamblers and showgirls and various figures from a mythologized southern landscape. It is theatrical rather than realistic, a dream logic sequence that allows Elvis to move through space with the physical authority that has always been one of his most significant performance gifts. But the sequence that will be remembered longest, the one that elevates the special from impressive television to something genuinely historic, is the closing number. Mac Davis and W. Earl Brown have written a song called "If I Can Dream." Binder has conceived of it as the special's closing statement, not a Christmas carol, not a holiday sentiment, but a direct response to the violence and anguish of 1968. A song that reaches for hope while acknowledging with unflinching honesty how far the world is from the ideals it professes. The song is an anthem, and it is an anthem that could only mean something if the person singing it means it. Elvis responds to the song with an intensity that surprises even the people who have been watching his gradual reawakening over the weeks of rehearsal and filming. He learns it, lives with it, and arrives at the recording session with the kind of fierce internal commitment that transforms technically accomplished singing into something that borders on testimony. He insists on recording it in a specific way, standing rather than seated, body engaged, voice pushed to its fullest and most committed register. The recording of "If I Can Dream" is one of the great vocal performances in the history of American popular music. Elvis takes the opening melody at a measured, almost restrained pace, letting the lyric establish its landscape. A man dreaming of a better world, a man whose dreaming is not passive, but active, almost defiant. And then, as the song builds, something in Elvis builds with it. And the voice that comes out of him in the song's final passages is not the voice of the carefully managed movie star of the middle decade. It is the voice of the young man who sang with everything he had, because everything he had was entirely invested in the music, because the music was the thing itself, and there was nothing held in reserve. Colonel Parker, when he hears the closing number will be "If I Can Dream" rather than a Christmas song, is not pleased. The argument between Parker and Binder is real and sustained, and Parker has the weight of his long relationship with Elvis and his contractual authority behind him. But Binder has made an ally that Parker had not fully anticipated: Elvis himself. Because Elvis has heard the song, has recorded it, has felt what the song does when it is performed with genuine commitment, and Elvis, for perhaps the first time in years, is not willing to simply defer. He wants the song. He wants the special to end with that declaration, rather than with a holiday pleasantry, and he says so. The special airs on NBC on December 3, 1968. The network has titled it simply Elvis. No subtitle, no qualifier, no descriptor, just the single name that requires no elaboration. 33 million Americans watch it. The response is, in the most literal sense, overwhelming. The reviews are not the polite, supportive reviews that a safely executed Christmas special might have generated. They are astonished reviews. Reviews written by critics who came prepared to be professionally tolerant of a nostalgia exercise and found themselves instead confronted with something that defied the comfortable category they had prepared for it. The Hollywood Reporter declares it the most exciting hour of television since Elvis appeared on The Ed Sullivan Show. The New York Times notes, with the slightly surprised tone of someone revising a settled opinion, that Elvis Presley is, in fact, a performer of the first rank, that the years of Hollywood have not diminished him, and that his return to live performance reveals gifts that the films were structurally incapable of showcasing. But the most significant response is not in the reviews. It is in the numbers. If I Can Dream, released as a single from the special, reaches number 12 on the pop charts, Elvis's highest charting single in years. The album from the special debuts strongly. The public that had watched Elvis recede into the comfortable middle distance of his movie career rediscovers him with an enthusiasm that has the quality not of nostalgia but of recognition. The recognition that something they valued, something they perhaps did not fully appreciate until it seemed to be gone, is actually still present and still vital, and still unmistakably and irreducibly itself. What the special accomplishes goes beyond a single television broadcast, beyond any particular chart position or review. It accomplishes something more fundamental, more structural. It restores to Elvis Presley the thing that had been most at risk during the Hollywood years, which is the belief in his own musical identity. The man who walked out onto that small stage in a black leather suit and sat down with the musicians of his original band and played the music that made him is not the same man who has been showing up on Hollywood soundstages to sing songs about beach parties and road trips. Or rather, he is the same man, but he is the man complete, the man whole, the man in possession of himself in a way that the movies had slowly, systematically, and nearly successfully prevented. The comeback is real. The word will always carry a slight awkwardness when applied to a man who was, in some fundamental sense, never truly gone, who maintained throughout the Hollywood years a commercial presence and a public recognition that most performers would have envied. But comeback is the right word nevertheless, because what returns in December 1968 is not merely a career trajectory, but a sense of possibility, a reopening of the question of what Elvis Presley can be and do and mean. In the months that follow the special, Elvis enters into what will prove to be one of the most creatively fertile periods of his adult career. He begins work on the sessions that will produce the From Elvis in Memphis album, recorded at American Sound Studio in his home city, produced by Chips Moman, and widely regarded as among the finest work of his life. He records Suspicious Minds, which will become his first number, one single since Good Luck Charm in 1962, 6 years earlier. He records In the Ghetto, the Mac Davis song about poverty and urban violence that demonstrates a willingness to engage with the social realities of 1968 that would have been unimaginable in the Hollywood years. He begins preparing for what will become his return to live performance, Las Vegas, 1969, a residency at the newly opened International Hotel that will redefine once again what live performance in America means. That chapter is ahead of him. But it is the special, the black leather suit and the small stage, and the songs from the beginning, and the voice committing everything to If I Can Dream that makes that chapter possible. Because what the '68 comeback special ultimately is, stripped of all the television production context and the industry politics and the chart calculations and the network negotiations, is a man remembering who he is. It is a man sitting down with the musicians who were there at the beginning, in the first rush of discovery when the music was new, and the world was responding to it with an astonishment that felt like validation, and playing the songs that started everything, and finding that the songs still work, that the voice still knows what to do with them, that the connection between the performer and the music and the audience has not been permanently severed by the years of managed distance, but only interrupted, only deferred, only waiting for the right moment to reassert itself. The right moment turns out to be December 1968. The right medium turns out to be a television special that was originally conceived as a Christmas program. The right costume turns out to be a black leather suit that reaches back past all the Hollywood costuming to something more primal and essential and true. And the right song turns out to be one that stands up in the turbulent darkness of that year and insists, with a passion that admits no possibility of irony, that there is still something worth dreaming of, that the dream has not been extinguished, that a man's voice raised in honest declaration is not a small or embarrassed or commercially calculated thing, but a human act of the highest order, connecting the person who makes the sound to the people who receive it across whatever distance the years have created. When Elvis Presley sings If I Can Dream in December 1968, he is not performing. He is not executing a production number or fulfilling a contractual obligation or giving the audience what market research suggests they want. He is singing the way he sang in the beginning, the way he sang before anyone had taught him to think about singing as anything other than the most natural and necessary thing a person can do. He is simply all the way there. And America hears it. Chapter 8. Vegas and the Neon Kingdom, 1969 to 1972. The desert had a way of erasing time. Out past the city limits of Las Vegas, where the Mojave stretched flat and pale toward the horizon, there was nothing to remind a man of who he had been or what he had lost. Only the heat, the silence, and the sense that the world beyond that shimmer of sand was somehow theoretical, a place that existed in theory but could not quite reach you here. Elvis Presley understood that quality about the desert. He had always been drawn to landscapes that matched his interior weather, and in the summer of 1969, his interior weather was complicated in ways that no amount of movie-making or studio tinkering had been able to resolve. He was 34 years old. He had been famous for more than half his life. And somewhere between the Hollywood sound stages and the Memphis recording sessions and the years of contractual obligations that had swallowed his 20s whole, he had misplaced something essential: the fire, the rawness, the sense that what he did on a stage could alter the temperature of a room and leave people slightly changed when they walked back out into the world. He had gotten some of it back in Memphis. The sessions at American Sound Studio earlier that year had produced music that felt alive in a way his records had not felt alive in years. Suspicious minds coiling and building toward that suspended bridge in the ghetto, carrying genuine weight. Mac Davis's words sitting inside Elvis's voice like something the voice had always been waiting to carry. Those sessions had reminded him that the instrument was still there, still capable of doing what it had always done. But a record was a contained thing, a fixed thing. It could be played and replayed and analyzed and set aside. What Elvis had been without for nearly a decade was the unrepeatable thing, the exchange between a performer and a live audience, the electricity that moved in both directions across the footlights, the sensation of not quite knowing what was going to happen next. Colonel Tom Parker had kept him off the live stage since 1961, convinced that the movies and the soundtrack albums were the more profitable use of his client's time and image. And for years, Elvis had acquiesced, because acquiescence was the path of least resistance and because there was always something else to do. Another film to make, another recording session to attend. But the movies had gotten worse, and the soundtracks had become embarrassing, and the world had moved on in ways that made the entire enterprise feel not merely dated, but actively diminishing. The Beatles had changed everything. Bob Dylan had changed everything. Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix, and the whole churning, politically awake, musically radical culture of the late 1960s had changed everything. And Elvis, the man who had started so much of it, had spent those years making films about race car drivers and beachside romances while the art form he had helped invent grew up without him. The International Hotel rose out of the Las Vegas skyline that summer like something from another planet. 30 floors of glass and steel, the largest hotel in the world at the time of its completion. Its showroom capable of seating 2,000 people in a space that was designed not merely as a venue but as a statement. Kirk Kerkorian had built it, and Alex Shufee was running it. And what they needed to fill that room and justify the ambition of the project was not simply a performer but an event. Barbra Streisand had opened the hotel in July, playing the inaugural engagement with the kind of controlled brilliance that established the showroom's credibility. But the room that the International's management had in mind for Elvis was not Barbra Streisand's room. It was bigger than that, more combustible, more uncertain in the best possible way. Elvis Presley had not performed live in 8 years. Nobody quite knew what he still was, whether the talent had survived the Hollywood years, whether the audiences would come, whether the whole thing would turn out to be a monument to what had once been rather than a declaration of what still existed. The International offered him $1 million for a 4-week engagement. Colonel Parker negotiated the details with his customary thoroughness. And Elvis, who had been thinking about this moment for years without quite admitting it to himself, began to prepare. The preparation was unlike anything he had undertaken before. He worked with a dedication that surprised people who had grown accustomed to his more detached relationship with rehearsal, driving himself through hours of vocal exercises and physical conditioning that reflected the scale of what he understood the stakes to be. He assembled musicians with the same seriousness. James Burton, the brilliant Shreveport-born guitarist who had been playing since his early teens, and whose right hand contained what seemed like an infinite vocabulary of tone and rhythm, was recruited to lead the band. Burton had recorded with Ricky Nelson, had played on sessions that defined the sound of a generation, and what he brought to Elvis's music was not merely technical facility, but a kind of instinctive conversation, the ability to respond in real time to wherever Elvis decided to go. Ronnie Tutt was brought in on drums, precise and powerful, capable of the kind of controlled dynamism that a live show of this scale would require. Jerry Scheff anchored the low end on bass, Glenn D. Harden took the piano chair, and the overall band, which would come to be known as the TCB Band, TCB standing for taking care of business, the phrase Elvis had adopted as something between a motto and a personal philosophy, was assembled with a rigor that reflected how seriously he was approaching the return. The TCB Band. It was not just a name. Elvis had always surrounded himself with people whose loyalty was total and whose function extended beyond the purely musical. But the TCB Band represented something more deliberately constructed, a working unit of exceptional musicians who understood that their job was not to perform alongside Elvis, but to create the environment in which Elvis could perform. There was a distinction there, and it mattered. The Jordanaires had been with him in the early days. The studio players had come and gone through the Hollywood years, but the TCB Band was built for the live stage, for the 2-hour nightly commitment, for the kind of show that needed to be simultaneously precise and spontaneous. Burton, Tutt, Scheff, Harden. These were not sidemen in the conventional sense. They were collaborators who happened to be paid to play behind rather than in front. And to this instrumental core, Elvis added the Sweet Inspirations as his primary vocal group, a quartet of women whose gospel and soul credentials were impeccable. Cissy Houston had founded the group, and though she had since moved on, the ensemble that remained carried her influence in every harmony. And then the Imperials, a white gospel quartet, to extend the vocal architecture further. The result was a sound that no one had quite attempted before on a Las Vegas stage: full, warm, capable of moving from delicacy to overwhelming power without losing its center, because the center was always Elvis, always that voice, which remained the most singular instrument in popular music regardless of what the Hollywood years had done to its surroundings. The opening night was July 31, 1969. The showroom was full to its capacity of 2,000 people, and the air inside it had the particular quality of contained anticipation, the sense of a large group of people collectively holding something back, waiting for permission to release it. Elvis walked out in a black karate-influenced suit with a high collar and flared legs, the costuming as deliberate as everything else about the evening, signaling simultaneously a respect for the formal occasion and a refusal of the more conventional tuxedo formality that Las Vegas stagecraft had traditionally required. He was lean, he was focused, and when he opened his mouth and the first notes came out, the room understood within seconds that they were not watching a nostalgia act. They were watching something alive. He opened with Blue Suede Shoes, Carl Perkins's song that he had made his own 14 years earlier. But he played it not as a period piece, not as a museum artifact, but as a declaration of continuing relevance. The band hit hard, Burton's guitar carrying the lead with the same loose authority that it would carry throughout the next several years of relentless touring. And Elvis moved the way he had always moved, the hips swinging in the old manner, but there was something added now, a physicality informed by his years of karate training, a deliberateness in the movement that made everything seem chosen rather than habitual. He moved through the set with the fluency of a man who had been preparing for this moment, not merely for the weeks of formal rehearsal, but for the years of its absence, all the shows he had not given, accumulating as a kind of debt he was now settling with considerable interest. I Got a Woman gave way to All Shook Up, and Blue Christmas arrived as a mid-show surprise, and then came Suspicious Minds, the new single, performed live for what would become one of the most talked-about sections of a show already generating extraordinary word of mouth. The long build, the suspended bridge, the return. Elvis holding the ending longer than anyone expected, the room not wanting it to stop. The reviews the following morning were not merely positive. They were reverential. The Los Angeles Times wrote about the return as if a natural phenomenon had been witnessed. The New York papers sent correspondents who arrived with the low expectations of critics who had written off the Hollywood years as a terminal decline and left with the unsettled feeling of having gotten something wrong. The Hollywood establishment, which had been quietly dismissive of Elvis for years, began recalculating. The general public, which had never entirely stopped loving him, even through the worst of the movie years, responded with the kind of enthusiasm that translated immediately into ticket demand. The engagement was extended. Colonel Parker negotiated a 5-year contract with the International Hotel for 2 engagements per year, January and August, each engagement lasting 4 weeks with 2 shows per night. The terms were extraordinary, the commitment enormous, and Elvis threw himself into it with an energy that for the next 2 years would generate one of the most remarkable live performance records in the history of popular music. The shows evolved. Elvis had always been a performer who worked better when the material and the staging were in motion rather than fixed. And what developed through the summer of 1969 and into the years that followed was not a set show in the traditional Las Vegas sense, but something more organic and more interesting, a framework within which an enormous amount of improvisation and audience response could occur. He talked to the crowd, and the talking was not the practiced banter of a polished lounge act, but something that felt genuinely spontaneous because often it was. He would stop a song, mid-verse if something caught his attention, address a fan in the front row, respond to a request from across the room with a smile and a verse of something unexpected. He would take songs apart and reassemble them in real time, extending the intro of one number, truncating another, allowing the mood of a particular evening to shape what had begun as a predetermined set list into something that belonged specifically to that night and that room. The TCB band followed him through these excursions with the attentiveness of musicians who had developed over months of nightly performance a near telepathic sense of his intentions. James Burton in particular seemed to exist in a state of perpetual readiness, his eyes alert, his right hand never quite at rest, always prepared for the moment when Elvis would veer left, and the band would need to veer with him. The shows also grew in scale and theatrical ambition as the months passed. The karate moves, that had always been part of Elvis's physical vocabulary, became more formally integrated into the choreography of certain numbers. The splits and the high kicks and the sudden drops to one knee, arriving with a precision that was separately impressive when you understood that he was still singing through all of it, the voice uninterrupted by the physical demands of what his body was doing. The jumpsuits that evolved from the initial black, karate-influenced design became increasingly elaborate. Bill Ballou, the designer who had created the original opening night outfit, worked with Elvis to develop a visual language that was theatrical and personal simultaneously, drawing on the peacock flamboyance of the rhinestone tradition while extending it toward something more distinctly his own. The white jumpsuits came, and then the ones with the American Eagle design, and then the increasingly ornate pieces with their cascading sequences and their stand-up collars and their flared legs, each one a statement about the relationship between performance and spectacle, the idea that what happened on the stage deserved to be surrounded by something as extraordinary as the voice at the center of it. The audiences in Las Vegas were unlike any audience Elvis had played to before, and he seemed to understand this and to find it interesting rather than limiting. They were not teenagers in the grip of first-generation rock and roll fever. They were middle-aged couples from the American heartland, vacationing families, businessmen and their wives, the occasional celebrity who had come to see what the fuss was about. They were, in a sense, the audience that had followed him through the movie years, that had bought the soundtracks and watched the films, and maintained a loyalty to him through a decade in which the critical establishment had largely moved on. He played to them with an affection that felt genuine, the entertainer in him responding to their affection with a warmth and an accessibility that the larger rock concerts of the era did not typically accommodate. He handed out scarves from around his neck, kneeling at the edge of the stage to drape them over the shoulders of women in the front row with a solemnity that was half earnest and half theatrical and wholly charming. He accepted flowers and stuffed animals, thrown onto the stage with the graciousness of a man who understood that the gift was not the object, but the intention behind it. By 1970, the machinery of a full touring operation was being assembled around the Las Vegas residencies. Colonel Parker had begun negotiations with promoters in cities across the country, and what Elvis was being asked to consider was not the conventional touring schedule that most rock acts of the era undertook, the van and the motel and the small venues building towards something larger, but rather an immediate deployment at the largest arenas available in each market, because the demand that the Las Vegas success had generated made any smaller venue redundant before the first show was even announced. The Houston Astrodome engagement in February of 1970 was an early indication of the scale at which the touring operation would function. The Astrodome held more than 40,000 people, and the shows there, 6 performances over 3 days, each one playing to a crowd large enough to fill a small city's downtown, demonstrated both the appetite for Elvis in the live context and the particular challenges that the scale presented. The intimacy that the Las Vegas showroom had permitted, the moment when he could look a woman in the front row in the eye while he sang, was not possible in a space that size. What replaced it was spectacle, The understanding that at that distance what mattered was not the detail, but the overall impression, and the impression was overwhelming. The TCB band proved capable of scaling with the venues. Ronnie Tutt's drumming, which in the showroom had been measured and controlled, opened up in the arenas with a power that the larger spaces required. James Burton's guitar pushed harder, the tone sharpening to carry across distances that the pickup pattern of the International's microphones had not needed to contend with. The vocal arrangements expanded, the sweet inspirations and the Imperials, creating a choral architecture that filled the arena's upper sections with sound in a way that the smaller ensembles of the Las Vegas act had not needed to attempt. A full orchestra had been added by this point. The Joe Garcia-led ensemble that would accompany the touring shows with an opulence that matched the production design of the costumes and the lighting. And what resulted was something that did not quite fit any existing category. It was not rock and roll, in the sense that the early shows had been rock and roll. It was not pop entertainment, in the sense that the Hollywood years had defined pop entertainment. It was something unto itself, a spectacle built around a single voice, and the accumulated force of a career that had spent the previous decade being underused. The film crew arrived in August of 1970 to document the Las Vegas engagement. Dennis Sanders directed Elvis, That's the Way It Is, and what the cameras captured was both a portrait of a performer at the height of his live powers and a document of the particular ecosystem that had formed around the shows. The rehearsals in the hotel ballroom, the conversations backstage, the fans camping outside the International for days in advance of an opening, the quiet before a performance, and the explosive aftermath. Elvis on camera during those rehearsal sequences was different from the Elvis the cameras had captured during the Hollywood years, more present, more directive, more willing to stop and correct and refine. He knew what he wanted from these performances, in a way he had not always known what he wanted from a film scene. And the knowing gave him an authority in the room that the rehearsal footage communicated clearly. The Elvis, That's the Way It Is film opened in theaters in November of 1970 and confirmed for anyone who had not been to Las Vegas what the reviewers had been writing for the previous year. There was also Elvis on Tour, shot in 1972 and released that November, which followed the spring touring operation across 15 cities and captured the show as it existed at its peak scale. The private planes and the motorcades and the hotels cordoned off in each city, and then the arenas filling with people who had been waiting for him, in some cases for years, in some cases for the first time in their lives. Martin Scorsese edited the concert footage for that film, a fact that tends to surprise people who encounter it for the first time. And what Scorsese's editing gave the concert sequences was an urgency and a rhythm that matched the live experience more closely than straightforward documentation might have achieved. The touring schedule between 1970 and 1972 was relentless in a way that can seem abstract until you lay it out in specific terms. Elvis performed more than 170 shows in 1970 alone, between the Las Vegas engagements and the touring dates. The numbers in 1971 and 1972 were similar, the pace uninterrupted by anything, except the brief intervals between Las Vegas engagements and road dates that allowed for some degree of rest and recovery. The Colonel managed the logistics with the total absorption of a man who believed that the demand existed and should be met, that to leave the audience wanting was to leave money on the table and reputation on the table as well. Elvis, for his part, seemed genuinely energized by the return to live performing in the early years of this period, the shows feeding something in him that the studio work and the films had never been able to feed. On the stage, he was generous in ways that surprised people who encountered him only through the lens of the celebrity mythology that had accumulated around him over 15 years of fame. He gave credit to the musicians between numbers, pointing to Burton and letting him take a solo that the band had not specifically rehearsed, just because the evening felt right for it. He sang gospel between the big production numbers. How great thou art, appearing in the set with a frequency that suggested it was not merely a crowd pleaser, but a personal necessity. The sacred music sitting alongside the secular in the same set with a naturalness that reflected how completely he had always understood these traditions as continuous rather than separate. He would stretch a ballad for an extra chorus if the room was with him, cut an upbeat number short if something in the atmosphere suggested the audience needed something slower, something more interior. The voice itself was in a condition during this period that deserves to be understood clearly, because it is sometimes lost in the mythology of the later years. The Elvis of the 1969 to 1972 period was not merely a nostalgic figure trading on memories of earlier greatness. The voice had, if anything, deepened and widened in the years since the early recordings, the tenor quality of the young Presley having evolved into something with more baritone weight, more resonance in the lower registers, while still capable of reaching upward with a power and a clarity that the best of his gospel recordings had always demonstrated was latent in the instrument. "You've Lost That Lovin' Feelin'" in the live shows of this period was not the Righteous Brothers version reinterpreted. It was Elvis claiming the song as his own, his voice moving through its lower sections with a gravity that the original did not have and reaching its upper sections with an authority that justified the claim. "Bridge Over Troubled Water" served a similar purpose. Simon and Garfunkel's delicate architecture reconfigured as a vehicle for a voice that was too large for the original setting and that found in the arena context the scale it required. There was a particular show in the summer of 1970, well into the August Las Vegas engagement, that people who were present spoke about for years afterward. Nothing externally distinguishable about the evening. The usual crowd, the usual production, the usual sequence of events that built from the TCB Band's opening instrumental to Elvis's entrance. But something in Elvis that night was more open than usual, or more direct, or more willing to let the distance between the performer and the audience collapse. He sang "Can't Help Falling in Love," the closing number, the song that had become the ritual conclusion to every show, the signal that the evening was ending, and the crowd should prepare to return to the ordinary world. And that night he stretched it in a way he had not stretched it before, the final verse repeating, the band following him into territory they had not specifically mapped out, the room absolutely still in the way that only happens when 2,000 people are simultaneously holding their breath and then releasing. He left the stage in the customary way, the lights dropping, the applause beginning. But the applause that night went on longer than usual, not because the crowd had not heard these songs before, but because something in the performance had communicated itself across all the usual barriers, the footlights and the fame and the mythology, and reached them as directly as the early shows in Memphis and Jacksonville and the auditoriums of the mid-1950s had reached the teenagers who had first understood what he was. That was the gift he had recovered. Not the fame. The fame had never gone anywhere, had persisted through the Hollywood years as a kind of ambient condition of American cultural life, something you absorbed without quite deciding to. Not the chart success. That too would oscillate according to the particular moment and the particular single. What he had recovered was the capacity to be present in a room, fully and completely present, in a way that made the room feel it. The TCB Band was the instrument through which this presence expressed itself musically, and the Las Vegas showroom, and then the arenas of America were the spaces in which it expressed itself physically. And for a man who had spent the better part of a decade feeling the distance between himself and his own talent widen into something that occasionally seemed unbridgeable, the recovery of that presence was not merely a professional triumph. It was something closer to the restoration of a self that had always been there but had needed, for reasons partly chosen and partly imposed, to wait. The neon of Las Vegas glowed every night through those years, the city never fully sleeping, the International Hotel's marquee announcing his name in letters large enough to be read from the boulevard, from the parking structures, from the edge of the desert where the city gave way to the dark and the silence. Inside, 2,000 people came every evening, and every evening he gave them what he had always at his best been able to give: the sense that something was happening that could not be scheduled or manufactured or repeated, that the particular confluence of this voice and this band and this room and this moment was producing something that would not exist again in precisely this form. That was the promise of the live show, and it was a promise that during these years, in these hotels and arenas and auditoriums, Elvis Presley kept with a consistency and a power that stand as one of the most sustained achievements of his career. The desert outside waited patiently, as deserts do. Inside, the music continued. Chapter 9. Aloha and the Final Tours, 1973 to 1975. The Pacific Ocean at night carries a particular kind of silence, vast, indifferent, ancient. It has no memory of kings or empires. It does not register the rise and fall of anyone. It simply moves, tide after tide, under an endless scatter of stars, indifferent to everything that human ambition has built along its shores. And yet, on the evening of January 14, 1973, the ocean found itself framing something entirely new. Something it had never witnessed before, and would never witness quite the same way again. On the island of Oahu, inside the Honolulu International Center Arena, a man in a white jumpsuit studded with jewels stood at the edge of a stage and prepared to sing to the world, not just the crowd before him, not just the continent behind him, but to the entire planet at once. His name needed no introduction. It never had. Elvis Aaron Presley was 38 years old. He stood 6 feet tall, and in the amber stage light, he looked like something mythology would have invented if mythology had access to sequins and rhinestones and the kind of cheekbones that sculptors dream about. He had been famous for nearly 2 decades. He had survived the army, Hollywood, a marriage, a divorce, a comeback, and countless obituaries written prematurely about his cultural relevance. He had outlasted trends, outlasted rivals, outlasted the patience of critics who kept expecting him to collapse into irrelevance. And now, on this particular winter evening in Hawaii, he stood at the threshold of something no entertainer had ever attempted. He was about to perform a concert that would be beamed via satellite to 28 countries across Asia and the Pacific, reaching an estimated audience of 1 billion people. 1 billion. A number so large it almost loses meaning, the way the ocean loses meaning when you stand too close to it and can no longer see the edges. The show was called Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii, and it was, by any reasonable measure, the most ambitious solo entertainment broadcast in the history of television. The idea had not materialized overnight. Colonel Tom Parker, Elvis's manager, had been circling a concept like this for years, the notion that Elvis's appeal was not merely American, not merely Western, but genuinely planetary. Fan letters arrived at Graceland from Japan, from Australia, from the Philippines, from countries where English was rarely spoken, and American culture was filtered through limited media access. These were not casual admirers. They were people who had found something in Elvis's voice that transcended language, something in his movement that bypassed the need for translation. Parker recognized this, even if his motives for recognition were always at least partly financial. But the technology had not existed to make such a broadcast feasible until now. RCA and the producers at NBC had spent months coordinating with satellite operators, with network affiliates across the Pacific, with logistics teams who needed to ensure that a signal originating in Hawaii could be received cleanly in Tokyo and Sydney and Manila nearly simultaneously. It was an engineering feat as much as an entertainment event, and the pressure of it settled quietly over everyone involved in the production. Everyone except, it seemed, Elvis himself. He had thrown himself into preparation with a focus that he had not always maintained in recent years. He had dieted carefully for weeks, losing enough weight to fit into the jumpsuit that Bill Ballou had designed specifically for the occasion, an American Eagle suit, white as ceremonial dress, with a cape that spread out behind him like wings when he extended his arms. The eagle motif was deliberate. It was patriotism rendered in rhinestones, Americana made theatrical and mythological at once. When Elvis walked onto the stage and opened his arms, the cape caught the light and turned him into something that belonged as much to symbol as to flesh. The crowd, 5,000 people inside the arena, erupted before he sang a single note. He opened with Also Sprach Zarathustra, the 2001, a space odyssey theme that had become his concert overture. The orchestral swell built, and then released into C.C. Rider, and the audience lost itself entirely. What followed was a set that ranged across his entire career: Burning Love, Something, You Gave Me a Mountain, Steamroller Blues, My Way, I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry, and a version of an American trilogy that had the arena still and hushed and then roaring and then still again. He moved across the stage with energy that surprised even those who had seen him perform dozens of times. The satellite broadcast required a kind of perfection. There would be no editing, no safety net, no second take. What went out over the signal was what the world received. Elvis performed as though he understood this completely, as though the weight of the audience on the other side of the satellite dish was something he could feel in his body and had decided to honor through pure effort. Between songs, he spoke to the crowd in that low, self-deprecating drawl that his fans had always loved, a warmth that undercut the spectacle, a reminder that underneath the eagle suit and the mythology was a man from Memphis who still found it somewhat astonishing that the world kept showing up. He joked. He smiled. He removed his cape early in the show and flung it into the crowd, a gesture so instinctive and generous that it felt less like performance and more like reflex. When the broadcast concluded, when the satellite signal was cut, and the arena lights came up, and the 5,000 people inside the Honolulu International Center arena began to file out into the Hawaiian night, there was a quality to the silence afterward that felt different from ordinary post-concert silence. Something had happened. Something that did not have a precise name yet. The ratings confirmed what the feeling had suggested. In Japan, the broadcast drew the largest audience for any entertainment program in that country's television history to that point. Across Asia and the Pacific, the numbers were staggering. The American broadcast, which aired several weeks later, in April, drew an audience of over 50 million viewers, making it one of the most-watched entertainment specials in United States television history. The album that accompanied the broadcast went to number 1. The reviews, for once nearly unanimous in their praise, used words like historic and extraordinary and once in a generation. For a brief, luminous moment, it seemed as though Elvis had not merely staged a comeback. He had transcended the entire category of comeback and arrived somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that had no precedent. But the light that burns brightest does not always burn longest. Behind the spectacle of Aloha from Hawaii, behind the eagle suit and the satellite signal and the billion-person audience, there was a man in genuine trouble. The trouble was not new. It had been accumulating for years, quietly and then not so quietly, the way certain kinds of damage accumulates, gradually and then with terrible speed. His divorce from Priscilla had been finalized the previous October, and the loss of his marriage had unsettled him in ways he did not always know how to articulate. He was not a man accustomed to loss. He had been insulated from ordinary defeat since he was 21 years old, and the machinery of his life, the managers and handlers, and yes men and fans, had been constructed in part to keep insulation intact. But Priscilla had walked away. She had found another life, a life that did not center on him, and the knowledge of this was something he carried with him constantly, a weight that no amount of applause could fully offset. There was also the matter of his health, which was deteriorating in ways that were becoming harder to conceal. He had been prescribed medications for various ailments throughout the late 1960s and into the 1970s, sleeping pills to help him rest after performances, stimulants to bring him back to alertness, Painkillers for the physical strain of touring, tranquilizers for the anxiety that sometimes arrived without warning. The prescriptions had multiplied. The doctors who supplied them were not always operating with a comprehensive picture of everything else he was taking. Elvis himself did not always have that picture. What had begun as pharmacological management of a demanding life had become something more complicated and more dangerous, a dependency that he would have furiously denied if anyone had used that word to his face, and which those closest to him were often either too afraid or too financially invested to address directly. His weight had become a subject of public commentary in a way that was both cruel and relentless. Photographs from concerts in 1972 and 1973 showed a man who looked heavier than the lean figure of his earlier years, and the tabloids, which were becoming increasingly aggressive in their coverage of celebrity, published these photographs with a pitilessness that seemed to increase in proportion to his fame. He was not oblivious to this. He was, in fact, acutely sensitive to it. He had always been aware of his physical appearance in the way that people are when their appearance has been treated as a primary fact of their existence from a very young age. The attention to his body, which had once been primarily admiring, now contained an edge of mockery, and the edge cut. By the time the Aloha from Hawaii concert aired in America in April of 1973, Elvis was already back on the road. The touring schedule that Colonel Parker maintained was relentless by any standard. 2 weeks here, a week there, city after city in an itinerary that left almost no time for recovery between engagements. Las Vegas residencies alternated with national tours. The shows were not short. He typically performed for 90 minutes to 2 hours, full orchestra, full energy, the same commitment to the audience that he had always maintained, regardless of what was happening in the rest of his life. The audiences were massive. Arenas sold out in hours. The demand for Elvis Presley in 1973 was, commercially, almost without parallel in popular entertainment. But demand is not the same as well-being. And the machine kept running, even as the man inside it began to show signs of serious strain. In the fall of 1973, Elvis entered Baptist Memorial Hospital in Memphis. The official statement cited exhaustion and respiratory concerns. Those close to him knew that the hospitalization was at least partly connected to his prescription drug use, which had reached a level that was genuinely alarming to anyone paying close attention. He was treated, stabilized, and released. He seemed, in the months that followed, to have pulled back from the edge. He was more alert, more engaged, more present in conversation. Friends who visited him at Graceland during this period noted that he seemed like himself again, curious, funny, generous with his time, interested in ideas. He was reading extensively, as he often did during quieter stretches, moving through books on religion and philosophy and metaphysics with the same appetite he had always brought to subjects that interested him. He was also still performing. The tours continued in 1974 with the same density they had always had. January in Memphis, the Astrodome in Houston, then a sprint across the country, city after city, night after night. He played to enormous crowds everywhere he went. He was still, by any objective measure, one of the most compelling live performers in the world. When the music caught him right, when he was physically well and mentally present, the shows could be extraordinary, unpredictable in the best possible way, full of the spontaneity and wit and emotional directness that had always been his natural gifts. He would extend a song into something unrecognizable and then pull it back. He would deliver a ballad with a stillness that stopped the room. He would crack a joke so perfectly timed that even the musicians on stage couldn't hold their composure. But the shows were becoming increasingly inconsistent. Not always, not even mostly, but often enough that people who saw him regularly began to notice a pattern. On some nights he was magnificent. On other nights he seemed to be somewhere else, physically present but mentally at a remove, going through the motions with an efficiency that was professional but lacked the voltage that made Elvis Presley different from everyone else who had ever tried to do what he did. Between sets at the Las Vegas Hilton, backstage in arenas across the country, there were reports of behavior that concerned those around him, moments of disorientation, emotional volatility, energy that arrived and then vanished without transition. He spoke to audiences in ways that were sometimes startling in their candor and their strangeness. He would interrupt a show to deliver a lengthy, rambling monologue about nothing in particular. He would address rumors directly from the stage, denying things no one in the room had been thinking about until he raised them. He would cry, sometimes in the middle of a song, not the controlled emotional performance of a skilled entertainer, but something rawer and more private, as though the song had broken through a surface he had been trying to maintain. Audiences did not always know how to respond to this. Some were moved by it, interpreting it as authenticity. Some were unsettled by it, aware that what they were seeing was something other than performance. There was also, beginning around this period, a noticeable deterioration in his physical appearance during performances. The jumpsuit that had fit so beautifully during Aloha from Hawaii did not fit the same way 12 months later. His face had changed. The structure that had made him one of the most beautiful men of his generation was still there, but softer now, obscured. The changes were not the ordinary changes of a man moving through his late 30s. They were faster than that, more pronounced, more difficult to attribute simply to the passage of time. In 1975, he turned 40. The milestone arrived with the mixture of fanfare and private reckoning that major birthdays tend to bring when you have been famous for more than half your life. He celebrated at Graceland with the inner circle, the men who had been with him for years, the entourage that had taken on a life of its own, a small civilization orbiting his gravitational field. There was food, as there always was at Graceland, and music, and the particular warmth of people who had known each other long enough to have their own language, their own references, their own shared history of nights and cities and shows and laughter. He seemed happy that evening, or something adjacent to happy, comfortable at least, and at ease in the way that only familiar surroundings can produce. But the road was waiting. It was always waiting. The 1975 tours were, in certain stretches, difficult to watch for those who cared about him. He was hospitalized again during this period, again citing exhaustion, again raising concerns about the underlying issues that brief rest could not resolve. The Colonel kept booking shows. The shows kept selling out. The revenue kept flowing. And Elvis kept going out onto the stages of America, because going out onto a stage was the thing he knew how to do most naturally in the world, the thing that had been true about him since he was a teenager in Memphis, and had walked into a recording studio on Union Avenue, not entirely sure what he was looking for, but certain that the answer was somewhere in the music. Music remained the constant. Even when everything else was in disorder, the health, the sleep, the weight, the medications, the erratic behavior that was becoming harder to explain away, the music held. He would hear a song he loved, and his attention would sharpen immediately, all the distraction falling away, his whole self reorganizing around the melody. He was recording during this period, not with the same frequency as his peak years in the studio, but with occasional sessions that produced work of genuine quality. His voice, remarkably, remained intact, and more than intact. It had deepened with the years, taken on textures and resonances that his younger voice had not possessed. The technical instrument was still there, perhaps richer now than it had ever been, even as the body that housed it was under increasing stress. He loved Hawaii. He returned there multiple times outside of the Aloha concert, drawn to the islands by something he found difficult to articulate, the light, perhaps, or the distance from the mainland, and everything the mainland represented, or simply the way the Pacific felt different from the Gulf of Mexico of his childhood. different from the Atlantic he had crossed for military service, different from every other ocean, as though its particular shade of blue corresponded to something in his interior geography that he had never found anywhere else. In Hawaii, he could sometimes be something approximating private. Not entirely. He was never entirely private anywhere, and the crowds that gathered wherever he was recognized were testament to the durability of that condition, but more private than most places permitted. He thought about his daughter during this period. Lisa Marie was 5, then 6, then older, growing up in Los Angeles with Priscilla, a child who had entered the world at the absolute center of a hurricane and was now experiencing, with the particular resilience of children, the version of normal that her particular circumstances allowed. Elvis adored her without complication, which was unusual for him. There were few things in his life he engaged with without complication. But Lisa Marie was one of them. When she visited Graceland, when she was in the same room as him, something in him settled. He was fully present with her, in a way that he was not always fully present elsewhere. He taught her things and played with her, and led her into the parts of Graceland that were most genuinely his, the room where he watched television, the places where he was least performative, least guarded, most purely himself. The question of what that self was, what was at the core of Elvis Presley when you removed the mythology and the jumpsuit and the satellite broadcasts and the stadium crowds, was one that he seemed to be actively investigating in these years more urgently than before. The books on his nightstand were not casual reading. Chero's Book of Numbers. The Prophet, by Khalil Gibran. Works on self-realization and consciousness and the nature of existence. He had always been a spiritual seeker, raised in the Pentecostal tradition of Tupelo and Memphis, exposed early to gospel music that treated the divine not as a distant abstraction, but as something present and immediate and available to anyone who opened themselves to it. That early spiritual formation had never left him. It had simply expanded, in the years of his adulthood, into something broader and more eclectic, encompassing traditions that his childhood congregation would not have recognized. He talked about this with people who were willing to engage with it seriously. Not everyone in his circle was. Some of the men around him had limited patience for metaphysical discussion. But some were genuinely curious, and those conversations about purpose, about mortality, about what lay beyond the visible world, were ones Elvis pursued with real intensity. It was as though he was trying to locate something, some foundation that could hold steady beneath the movement and the noise and the ongoing uncertainty of what his life had become. The irony was that the Aloha from Hawaii concert, which looked from the outside like the pinnacle of everything he had been working toward since 1956, had in some ways accelerated a certain kind of isolation. When you have performed for 1 billion people, the ordinary relationships of ordinary life can feel inadequate to the scale of your experience. The frame of reference shifts. The normal benchmarks stop applying. And what replaces them is not always something healthier or more sustaining. Sometimes it is simply a larger and lonelier version of the same void that success has always promised to fill and never entirely does. He had hit every marker. He had done everything. He had been the most famous man on earth, and then briefly less famous, and then famous again in a different and arguably more durable way. He had made films and recordings, and performed in rooms so large that the people in the back row could not see his face without the aid of a screen. He had received awards and honors and the adulation of generations of fans who felt with complete sincerity that his music had saved something in them, had shown them something about themselves, about possibility, about the distance between who you were and who you might become. And still, in the quiet of Graceland, with the gates closed and the grounds dark and the city of Memphis humming its ordinary midnight hum outside the walls, there was something unresolved. Something that touring did not address, and applause did not touch, and satellite broadcasts could not reach. Something that was his alone to face, in whatever private hours he could find, between the stages and the cities and the years that were moving now with what felt like increasing velocity, as though time itself had recognized that the most extraordinary things are also the most temporary and had decided to act accordingly. The concerts continued. The crowds came. The music played. And Elvis Presley, at 40, stood at the center of it all, still the most compelling presence in any room he entered, still capable of stopping time when the moment was right and the song was true, and the voice found that place in the lower registers where it seemed to resonate not in the room but in the chest of every person listening, and he sang as he always had with everything he had for as long as he could. Chapter 10. The Curtain Falls, 1976-1977. The year 1976 arrives, not with the violence of a door slamming shut, but with the quiet, inexorable heaviness of a curtain beginning its slow descent. It comes in the form of mornings that last too long, of pills lined up on a nightstand like tiny soldiers standing guard against the intrusion of wakefulness, of a body that has begun to wage a secret war against the man living inside it. At Graceland, the white-columned mansion set back from Elvis Presley Boulevard on the outskirts of Memphis, Tennessee, the world feels simultaneously enormous and suffocatingly small. Outside, devotees still gather at the iron gates adorned with musical notes, pressing their faces against the metal, whispering prayers to a God who is just beyond the wall, lying in a darkened room, unwilling or unable to greet the day. Elvis Aaron Presley is 41 years old. He has been famous for more than 2 decades. He has recorded more than 600 songs. He has appeared in 31 feature films. He has sold more records than any solo artist in history. And yet, on these particular January mornings, in the blue-gray stillness of a Tennessee winter, none of that seems to inhabit the same atmosphere as the man himself. Fame of that magnitude has a way of becoming its own kind of isolation. A glass wall through which the world is perpetually visible but never quite reachable. People are everywhere around Elvis. Aides, friends, members of the Memphis Mafia who have orbited his life for years, cooks, nurses, and security men. And still, in some fundamental and aching way, he is profoundly alone. There is a piano in the Jungle Room, that famously eccentric space at the back of Graceland where green shag carpeting covers not just the floor but climbs the walls, where Polynesian-inspired furniture squats heavily in the artificial dusk created by drawn curtains and theatrical lighting. The room was meant to be a retreat, a place of warmth and texture and fantasy, and in another time it might have served that purpose beautifully. But in early 1976, RCA Records has installed recording equipment here and in the den, microphones suspended from ceiling brackets, cables running along the baseboards, mixing boards positioned with careful professional efficiency. They have brought the studio to the mountain, because the mountain can no longer reliably come to the studio. The sessions that take place across February of 1976 are complex events to witness, even in recollection. There are moments of unmistakable brilliance, flashes of the voice that once caused teenagers to weep, and adults to clutch their pearls in alarm, that miraculous instrument which had bent itself around rockabilly and gospel and country and rhythm and blues with such natural authority that an entirely new form of music had coalesced in its wake. That voice is still present, still capable in its better moments of a richness and emotional depth that no amount of physical deterioration can entirely extinguish. Elvis sits at the piano, or stands before the microphone in his own home, surrounded by musicians who have known him for years. And there are instances when the music rises and something old and essential and irreducibly powerful moves through the room. He records Hurt, a song that Timmy Euro had first made her own in 1961, and in Elvis's hands it becomes something altogether different, a confession dressed in orchestration, a voice pulling up from somewhere deep and raw, climbing through registers that should not be accessible to a man in his condition, reaching a crescendo that feels less like a performance than a reckoning. Those in the room remember the silence after the take, the way the air seemed to hold itself still for a moment before anyone thought to speak. Whatever else is happening to Elvis Presley in 1976, that take of hurt is evidence that the gift has not deserted him. It has simply come loose from its moorings, adrift now in weather that is increasingly difficult to navigate. He also records Moody Blue during these Graceland sessions, a track that will eventually lend its name to his final studio album, and the song carries with it an odd, luminous quality, a voice drifting through a melody that feels slightly suspended, slightly weightless, as though it is not entirely committed to landing. There is beauty in it, and also something unsettling, a quality that only makes sense in retrospect, when the context of what is coming renders even the lightest performances in these final years with a kind of retrospective gravity. The recording sessions are not every day. They cannot be. The schedule of Elvis Presley in 1976 is not organized around creative ambition or artistic discipline in the way that his early career had been. It is organized, to the extent that it is organized at all, around the touring calendar maintained by Colonel Tom Parker, the imperious, complicated, and increasingly problematic manager who has guided Elvis's commercial life since 1955. Parker is not a man given to sentimentality about the health of his client. He is a man given to percentages, to gate receipts, to the machinery of celebrity kept perpetually in motion, because a celebrity in motion generates revenue, and a celebrity at rest does not. Parker's own financial arrangements, including his famously unusual contract, which entitled him to half of Elvis's earnings, ensure that the tours continue, and so they continue. The touring schedule for 1976 is relentless by any reasonable measure, and for a man in Elvis's physical condition, it is something beyond relentless. He will perform more than 100 concerts across the year, crossing and recrossing the country in a private jet, arriving in cities that blur together: Louisville, Bloomington, Ames, Duluth, San Antonio, Tucson, checking into hotel suites where the curtains are always drawn against whatever time of day it happens to be, sleeping through mornings or sometimes through entire days, waking into the artificial night of a blacked-out room, and reaching almost reflexively for the medications that have become as much a part of his daily routine as breathing. The medications are, by 1976, a landscape unto themselves. Prescriptions filled by accommodating physicians, pills for sleep and pills for waking, pills for anxiety and pills for pain, amphetamines to generate the energy necessary for performance, and sedatives to bring the body back down from the chemical peaks those stimulants create. The men around Elvis are aware of this. Some of them are troubled by it. Some have tried, at various points and in various ways, to introduce the subject, to suggest different paths, to appeal to the Elvis they remember from an earlier decade. Those conversations have not gone well. Elvis is a man who has, across his entire adult life, been surrounded by people whose primary function, whether they understood it this way or not, was to ensure his comfort and his pleasure. The instinct to challenge him runs against every groove worn into the structure of his world. And so the touring continues, and the medications continue, and Elvis walks out onto stages across America in costumes that are increasingly elaborate, white jumpsuits adorned with rhinestones and embroidery, the theatrical armor of a man who understands that what the audience has come to see is not only a musician but an icon, a spectacle, an event. The crowds remain enormous. They love him completely and without reservation, the way audiences love performers who have been woven into the fabric of their lives, who provided the soundtrack to their first dance, or their first heartbreak, or their first summer of feeling completely alive. Elvis looks out at those crowds from stages in arenas and coliseums, and even through the fog of illness and exhaustion, something responds in him. The performer in him is not dead. The performer in him may be, in fact, the last fully functional system in a body that is otherwise beginning to fail. There are nights in 1976 that are genuinely good. There are performances in which Elvis finds the music, in which the voice locks into something real, and the band follows him and the audience rises, and the whole vast improbable machinery of an Elvis Presley concert generates briefly the electricity it was always meant to generate. But there are also performances that those who were present speak of with a mixture of sadness and discomfort, shows in which the pacing is unsteady, the voice uncertain, the man on stage visibly struggling against forces that have nothing to do with stage fright. These are difficult things to witness in someone who was once so utterly and magnificently in command of a room. Backstage, in the dressing rooms of venues across the country, the atmosphere takes on a particular quality in these years. There is concern layered beneath the activity, worry running like a subterranean current beneath the professional performance of normality. The musicians tune their instruments. The backup singers run through harmonies. The crew checks the lighting rigs and the sound systems and the microphone stands. And somewhere in the middle of all this organized professional activity, Elvis sits in a dressing room chair, sometimes already in costume, sometimes still in the clothes he traveled in. And the men around him tend to the business of getting him ready for the stage, which is a process that in 1976 has come to include considerations that would not have been necessary a decade earlier. By the time the curtain rises and the announcer's voice rolls through the arena and the first chords of the opening number crash into the air, something happens. Whatever has accumulated over the hours and the miles and the pharmaceutical protocols of the day, it shifts or is temporarily displaced. Elvis Presley walks into a spotlight and becomes Elvis Presley in a way that transcends the merely biographical. The audience receives him like a visitation. The applause alone could move mountains. The summer of 1976 brings with it a particular and vivid moment of cultural commentary that no one at the time fully understands is commentary. Elvis performs at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan, in front of more than 60,000 people, one of the largest indoor concert audiences in history at that point. The scale of it is staggering, the kind of number that seems to belong to geography rather than to entertainment. 60,000 people, crammed into a domed stadium, all of them oriented toward a single human being on a distant stage. The concert is, by most accounts, a mixed affair. The voice is intermittent. The pacing flags at moments. And yet 60,000 people are there, and they are there for Elvis. And that fact alone says something enormous and irreducible about the place he occupies in the culture. As 1976 gives way to 1977, the pace does not slow. If anything, the bookings become more frequent, the gaps between engagements shorter, the geography of the touring schedule more ambitious. Colonel Parker's calculus remains unchanged. There is money to be made. There are venues that will sell out. The machinery rolls forward. In January of 1977, CBS approaches the Colonel and Elvis's organization about filming a television concert special. The result will be a program called Elvis in Concert, filmed during performances in June of that year. The footage captured during those shows will become, in retrospect, one of the most haunting documents in the history of popular music, not because of its failures, but because of what it reveals about the chasm that can exist between image and reality, between the Elvis the world believed it was watching, and the Elvis who was actually present in those costumes behind those eyes. But before June arrives, there are the February 1977 sessions. RCA comes back to Graceland, or rather, the equipment stays, because some of it was never fully removed after the previous year's sessions. Elvis records in the Den and the Jungle Room, and these sessions capture something that defies easy categorization. Way Down is recorded during this period, a song that will reach the top of the country charts and will be sitting there unnervingly when the news comes in August. It has a driving quality, a bass line that thumps with emphatic energy, and Elvis's vocal performance on it carries a confidence that cuts against the narrative of decline, evidence that even at this late stage, the instinct for a great record had not abandoned him. He records other things too, in scraps and sessions that are less consistent, moments of inspiration followed by fatigue, takes that require more attempts than they once would have. The musicians are patient. They have been working with Elvis long enough to understand how to move around his rhythms, to give him space when space is what he needs, and to be ready when the readiness is suddenly there. The sessions are, in their way, a portrait of endurance, of a man still trying to make something worthwhile from whatever remains of his resources. Spring of 1977 moves through Memphis with the particular quality of southern springs, warm and blossoming and fragrant in ways that make even difficult things seem briefly beautiful. At Graceland, the grounds are kept immaculate, the fountains run, the peacocks that once roamed the property are gone, but the memory of them lingers in the landscaping, in the space that was once theirs. Visitors still press against the gates. Fan mail arrives in quantities that require dedicated staff simply to manage its arrival, let alone its contents. Inside, Elvis's world has contracted around him in ways that are both literal and atmospheric. The inner circle remains, the small group of friends and employees who have structured their own lives around the rhythms of his. His father, Vernon, who has been a constant presence since the beginning, watches his son with the particular anguish of a parent who can see what is happening but cannot find the leverage to change it. Elvis's daughter, Lisa Marie, who turned 9 in February, visits Graceland with a child's uncomplicated love for her father, a love that makes no demands of health or consistency or the meeting of expectations. When Lisa Marie is there, something in Elvis loosens into something more recognizable, more like the man he was before the years and the medications and the isolation layered themselves so thickly over the original. The summer tours of 1977 are, for those paying close attention, alarming. The performances in June, the ones captured for the CBS special, are events that the camera records with a fidelity that none of the people around Elvis seem to fully appreciate at the time. When the special eventually airs in October, after everything has already happened, audiences will watch it in a state of grief that is complicated by the footage itself, watching a man they love through a screen in a condition they had perhaps suspected but not quite allowed themselves to know. The performances are effortful in ways that are painful to see. Elvis is wearing his costumes, but the costumes do not entirely fit. The voice comes and goes. There are moments of genuine connection, and moments that seem to come from very far away. Between concerts in those summer months, he is flown back to Memphis to recover, to sleep, to be cared for by the physicians and the staff who attend to the daily management of his health. The recoveries take longer than they used to. The gaps between one performance and the next are filled with a kind of suspended waiting, a collective breath held by everyone who understands what they are looking at and cannot figure out what to do about it. In August of 1977, Elvis is scheduled to begin another leg of touring. The departure is set for the evening of August 16th. That morning at Graceland, he is awake through the night. He plays racquetball with friends in the early morning hours, a detail that will later acquire the strange, hovering quality of a detail in a dream, something too mundane and too physical to coexist comfortably with what is coming. He plays piano in the early hours of the morning, friends later report, the music drifting through the sleeping house. He goes to bed in the mid-morning. He does not come out. Ginger Alden, his companion, finds him in the afternoon. He is on the floor of his bathroom, in a stillness that is immediately and unmistakably different from sleep. The call goes out. The ambulance comes. The paramedics try. At Baptist Memorial Hospital in Memphis, the physicians try. But Elvis Presley has already left the building, as it were, has left it in the most permanent way. And what arrives at the hospital is a body that the instruments confirm cannot be returned to the man it housed. He is 42 years old. It is August 16, 1977. The announcement reaches the world in the way that announcements of enormous things always do, first as rumor, and then as confirmation, and then as something that has to be held very still before it can be understood. Radio stations interrupt their programming. Television anchors deliver the news with faces that have not yet had time to compose themselves into professionalism. In cities and towns across America and around the world, people hear the news in cars, in kitchens, on street corners, in offices. And the response is the kind of response that is rarely proportionate to a single individual. The kind of grief that arrives when something that felt permanent suddenly reveals itself to have been mortal all along. At Graceland, the gates that had always been a boundary between Elvis and the world become, within hours, something else entirely. Flowers arrive. Candles are lit and placed along the stone wall. People come and stand outside in the August heat, weeping without embarrassment, holding each other, singing his songs quietly in the dusk. By the thousands they come, and then by the tens of thousands, and the scene along Elvis Presley Boulevard becomes one of the most extraordinary, spontaneous public mourning rituals in the history of American celebrity. A people saying goodbye to someone who had been part of their lives in a way that defied conventional measurement. The funeral, held at Graceland on August 18th, draws a private gathering of family and the inner circle, but the procession that follows is public in the most expansive sense. The white hearse moves through streets lined so densely with people that the simple act of transit becomes something ceremonial, something that belongs to everyone who is watching. Tens of thousands of people stand in the Memphis heat to watch Elvis Presley make his final journey. Vernon Presley, his father, is devastated in ways that express themselves in the simple clarity of a parent who has outlived his child. The Colonel, reportedly, is practical. There are business arrangements to consider. The estate and the rights and the future of the brand. This is not cynicism, so much as it is the only language Colonel Parker has ever spoken fluently. Others grieve in the ways available to them. In the days and weeks that follow, the recordings continue to sell. Indeed, they sell at a rate that had not been seen since the height of the mania 2 decades before. Way Down, the last single released during Elvis's lifetime, climbs charts in multiple countries. Radio stations play his music around the clock. People who had perhaps taken him slightly for granted in the final years of his life, who had noticed the decline, and perhaps looked away from it with the discomfort that decline tends to inspire, now find themselves genuinely bereft, surprised by the scale of what they feel. The autopsy and the subsequent investigations into his death are complicated affairs, shrouded in the particular opacity that attended so much of Elvis's later life. The official cause of death is listed as cardiac arrhythmia, the heart, in the end, simply stopping. But the deeper causes are not so clean. And in the years since, medical and biographical investigators have built a substantial case that the pharmaceutical regimen Elvis had lived within for years played a significant role in the deterioration that culminated on that August morning. It is a complicated legacy to sit with, the knowledge that the systems designed to manage a man's pain and anxiety and sleeplessness may have contributed substantially to his death. What is not complicated, or rather, what is large enough to encompass its complications without being diminished by them, is the legacy that he left behind. It is difficult, even now, to describe the scope of what Elvis Presley did to American music and American culture without resorting to superlatives that begin to feel inadequate through repetition. He arrived at a precise and unrepeatable moment, the mid-1950s, when American culture was stratified in ways it was also, underneath the surface, desperate to transcend. The music was segregated, the radio stations were segregated, the concert venues were segregated, and the culture was organized around maintaining those divisions with the anxious energy of people who sense that the divisions are not as stable as they appear. Elvis walked into that moment with a voice that had grown up inside the church and the juke joint simultaneously, that had absorbed gospel and blues and country with an indiscriminate love that had no interest in cultural cartography. He sang black music with a white face and a southern accent, and a body that moved in ways that polite society had collectively decided were the province of people polite society was still working very hard not to fully acknowledge. And the young people of America, sitting in their living rooms and at their sock hops and in the balconies of theaters, heard it and felt it, and were permanently rearranged by it. The rearrangement was not incidental. It was foundational. It cleared space, physically, culturally, commercially, for what followed. The door that Elvis opened, even if he did not fully understand that he was opening it, was a door through which an entire generation of artists would eventually pour. The Beatles heard him and understood immediately what was possible. Bob Dylan heard him and found the permission to be unruly. Countless artists across the subsequent decades have cited the moment of first encountering Elvis as a kind of conversion experience, the moment before which music was one thing and after which it was another. He was not a political person in any conventional sense. He did not write his own songs, did not engage with the social movements that his music in some ways helped to enable. He was a performer of almost preternatural gifts who trusted those gifts and followed them through a career that spanned 3 distinct and fully realized acts: the rockabilly revolutionary of the Sun Sessions, the Hollywood entertainer of the film years, the gospel and showmanship spectacle of the Las Vegas comeback. Each of these phases has its critics and its defenders, but each of them also produced work that holds up, that continues to reward listening, that carries inside it the voice that remains one of the great natural instruments in the history of recorded music. At Graceland, which opens to the public in 1982 on the initiative of Priscilla Presley, and becomes one of the most visited private homes in America, the presence of Elvis is maintained in the material objects of his life: the costumes, the cars, the trophy room, the jungle room with its absurd and beloved carpeted walls, the graves in the meditation garden where Elvis and his mother and his father are eventually buried, where fans come every day and leave flowers and stand in silence and sometimes cry, without being entirely sure why, only knowing that something about this place demands it. The music industry is permanently altered by his existence. The model of the singular superstar, the performer as cultural phenomenon rather than merely commercial product, owes much of its contemporary shape to what Elvis and his handlers and his audience built between 1954 and 1977. The techniques of managing and marketing a celebrity at the scale Elvis achieved were essentially invented around him, improvised in real time as the situation demanded, and the template they established has been refined and reproduced for 7 decades since. His voice lives in the recordings with an immediacy that defies the years. Put on "That's All Right" from 1954, and the energy is still kinetic, still crackling with the joy of a young man discovering what his voice can do. Put on "In the Ghetto" from 1969, and the compassion in it is still palpable, the commitment to the emotion still real. Put on "Hurt" from 1976, and the sheer power that rises through the vulnerability is still, after all these years, startling. These are not museum pieces. They are alive in the way that only the best records are alive. They do something to the listener that the listener did not expect, and they do it every time. The grief that descended on August 16, 1977, has not fully lifted. It has simply been absorbed into the ongoing relationship that the culture maintains with Elvis Presley, a relationship that is still, in all of its strange forms, a love relationship. The impersonators, who have kept his image in continuous public circulation for nearly 50 years, are not merely commercial operators, though they are that too. They are also participants in a kind of collective act of refusal, the refusal to let what he represented simply recede into the past without a fight. The movies still play. The records still sell. The gates at Graceland still draw the faithful, in numbers that would constitute a successful venue even without the house behind them. On the warm Tennessee evenings, when the light goes golden across the lawn at Graceland, and the visitors walk through the rooms where he lived, they are doing something that people have always done when confronted with the places where the great and the beloved once moved through the world. They are trying to feel the reality of a person who has become, over time, something larger than a person, a symbol, a sound, a feeling, an era. They are trying to find the human being inside the icon. And sometimes, in the quiet of the jungle room, with its eccentric, extravagant, completely sincere decor, or in the stillness of the meditation garden where the names are carved in stone, they find something that feels very close to him. Elvis Presley did not live easily. The later years of his life were marked by suffering of various kinds, by the weight of an existence that had been constructed for spectacle rather than for sustainability, by the pharmaceutical management of pain that became its own kind of pain. He was a man of enormous gifts, who was also, beneath all the mythology, a boy from Tupelo, Mississippi, who had grown up poor and hungry, and had never entirely stopped being that boy, even as the world built a cathedral around him. He sang, and the world changed. He sang again, and the world kept changing in directions he had helped to make possible. He sang on stages across America in 1977, tired and ill, and in the grip of forces that were slowly overwhelming him, and he still gave what he had, because giving what he had was the only thing he had ever really known how to do. The curtain came down on August 16, 1977, in a house in Memphis, Tennessee, in the quiet of a summer morning. But the music did not stop. It has not stopped. It continues to move through the world in the way that great things continue to move through the world, long after the person who made them has gone, carrying in the frequencies of each recording something essential and irreducible about the human being who stood before a microphone and opened his mouth and changed everything. That is the inheritance. That is what remains. The voice rising. Always still the voice. You have just completed Elvis Presley, Rhythm and Rebellion. The final notes have faded, the spotlights have gone dark, and the announcer has long since declared that he has left the building. Yet, as we step away from the gates of Graceland and back into the flow of ordinary time, the echo remains. We are left to contemplate a life lived at a magnitude few humans have ever known. From a two-room shotgun shack built on borrowed money to the largest stages on the face of the planet, his trajectory was a vertical ascent that redefined the boundaries of modern celebrity. He was the catalyst for a generational awakening, a vessel through which separated streams of American music flowed together to break the walls of a divided culture. Even when the commercial machine threatened to consume him, and when the grueling demands of his own legend took their tragic physical toll, the original gift never truly wavered. Whether singing the raw rockabilly of his youth, the compassionate depth of his mid-career ballads, or the soaring, vulnerable heights of his final sacred hymns, his voice remained a direct circuit to the human soul. He was a man of immense contradictions, grand yet humble, fiercely protected yet deeply vulnerable, a global icon who, beneath it all, remained the polite boy from Mississippi searching for something true. He did not live easily, but he lived fully, giving every ounce of his energy to the people who gathered to hear him, until his heart could give no more. Though the curtain fell on a warm August morning in 1977, the story does not end in the silence of a meditation garden. It lives on in every crackle of vintage vinyl, in every modern artist who steps onto a stage with uncontained energy, and in the enduring love of millions around the globe. The man is gone, but the rhythm is eternal, and the rebellion is never truly over. Thank you for listening.